All I keep seeing is the smile. He was both an athlete and musically minded. He was a musician and a singer and a rapper. He was everything that you would have wanted in a son.
This is Roland Adams, a name that everyone should know. This weekend marks 30 years since the 15-year-old was heading home with his younger brother Nathan and surrounded by a gang of young white men.
The eldest was 26 as I remember it at the time, and my two sons were 15 and 14. You know, I mean, they stood no chance at all. And Roland was stabbed almost immediately and told Nathan to run. My son were just one of many young black men that were brutalized in that area and hospitalized.
It was a well-known fact that there's this gang going around terrorizing black families in Thamesmead.
Yeah.
Roland was murdered 2 years before Stephen Lawrence, just 20 minutes away. The parallels between the two are chilling. Like the Lawrence family, when the Adams turned to the police, they felt they were treated like suspects. And as part of the public inquiry into undercover policing, it has since emerged the family campaign had been included in surveillance files.
All of the issues that our family was put for, I'm surprised that we're still sane. I really am, because it was horrific. Horrific. And we've never had an apology. Well, you know, when we were saying that we're under surveillance, they treated us as if we were mental. You know, we were paranoid, nothing like that was happening. And years later, here you are.
The 30th anniversary of Roland's murder comes at the end of a week where police powers have been under scrutiny. The Met's response to a peaceful vigil for Sarah Everard has drawn wide condemnation. And as Parliament is facing a raft of reforms that will beef up police powers, immediate plans to increase women's safety with undercover police officers in clubs has drawn resistance from some of the groups in attendance here.
Only last weekend we saw police tackling women to the ground, grabbing women. Last summer we saw that police had taken photos of the dead bodies of two black women, Eva Henry and Nicole Smallman. There was an ongoing inquiry into undercover police infiltrating activist groups and having relationships with women, which victims have described as state-sanctioned rape.
The Adams are core participants in this inquiry, in query both the Covert Human Intelligence Bill and the new policing bill that was cracked down on protest.
One of the recommendations is that, you know, somebody can go to prison for 10 years for knocking over a statue. And the person, Mark Thornborough, that murdered our son, his minimum sentence was 10 years. And within 3 years after that, he was free. You know, women are raped and people do not get a maximum, a 10-year sentence.
Approaching, you know, the 30th anniversary in a few days, what do you think are the lessons that it's important that the country kind of learns?
When black people have a mistrust of the police in this day and age, people think that we've got chip on our shoulders, but they need to look at what led up to that. You know, I grew up in the 70s when there was a tussle, and I saw how my brother and my cousins and my male friends were treated just like yours.
Yeah.
So, and then it transpires down the generations that now our son is murdered, and then they're still being hostile towards us, and we haven't done anything.
Roland's murder has changed this family forever, but what they want as they remember their eldest son is for this death to change us and the culture of policing. Roland was murdered 2 years before Stephen Lawrence, just 20 minutes away. The parallels between the two are chilling.
Now, the mother of the murdered black teenager, Stephen Lawrence, has told the undercover policing inquiry that she's profoundly troubled that the Metropolitan Police may have spied on her family's long campaign for justice. Baroness Doreen Lawrence said she believes the force viewed them through a lens of suspicion that was not only disrespectful but also dehumanizing. The Met has apologised unreservedly and says it has fully accepted that there were major failures in how the relevant team was managed. Simon Israel reports from the inquiry, and we should warn you, there is some offensive language.
The mother of the murdered teenager, Stephen Lawrence, was the trigger for this marathon public inquiry back in 2014. And yet, Baroness Doreen Lawrence would have to wait 11 years to finally give evidence.
The evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And to respond to allegations, there'd been a police spy in the family camp during their long campaign for justice in the 90s.
And what we want out of this is to find out the truth of exactly what went on that night.
If they're able to put that amount of attention and resources into to discredit us as a family, if they put that amount of attention into seeking and to finding Stephen's murderer, we would not be sitting here today.
The most damning claims have come from former undercover officer turned whistleblower Peter Francis. He spent 4 years in the secret Special Demonstration Squad. Having received a commendation, he went on to win compensation for post-traumatic stress disorder. In 2013, he revealed to a Channel 4 Dispatches documentary of concerted efforts to find dirt on the Lawrence family.
They wanted any intelligence that could have smeared the campaign. Had I, through my circles, come up with something along the lines of the family were political activists, somebody in the family was involved in demonstrations, drug dealers, anything.
In his statement to the inquiry, Peter Francis says of some of those running his unit, including his direct senior officer, I witnessed much more overt racism from certain members of management. HN 86 would refer to the Black Justice campaigns using the term monkeys. At the inquiry today, Baroness Lawrence received an unequivocal apology from a senior Metropolitan Police officer.
I think it's taken, 20 odd years to admit that this has happened. So if it wasn't for, I think it was probably about 2004, that Peter Francis met up and told us what was happening. Otherwise we will have no idea. So I presume that is what the apology is for today. But like all apologies, where does it get me? It doesn't get me to the end of where I need to get to.
How high up do you think this went? This undercover secrecy behind what you would and your family were trying to do?
I think it went very high, because I don't think any officer would take it upon themselves to say, we are going to spy on the Lawrence family. I don't think a junior officer, that's the first thing. They have to be instructed, like most things, like most people. You're instructed to carry out certain things, and they were instructed to do that.
Do you believe Peter Francis's allegations?
Yes, I do believe it.
All of them?
What do you mean by all?
All of them that affected you?
I think what I believe is that whatever conscience that Peter Francis had to speak up about what he was doing, I don't think the others would have come forward and said anything. I believe that they would. And now that they've been put under the spotlight to speak out, I think they're finding, and let's use as collateral damage. Yeah. I find it quite insulting.
On the day the 5 suspected racist killers gave evidence to the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, the spy cop in question, cover name David Hagan, admitted he was among the crowds. He'd infiltrated the left-wing activist group Movement for Justice, and in that role had reported back on the Lawrences' separation and divorce. The inquiry has raised the prospect of conscious or subconscious racism shaping SDS covert operations in at least 7 other racial justice campaigns. They include the police restraint death of Roger Sylvester, the drowning of Ricky Reel, the murder of Michael Menson, where police wrongly treated the case as suicide, and the unlawful police shooting of an innocent mother, Cherry Grosh, in her home, witnessed by her son Lee, aged 10 at the time.
The mere fact that I was the son is the reason why they then were spying upon me, which again is adding insult to injury, because here I am at a very vulnerable time going through this case, and I'm being spied upon and I don't know. And I'm only being spied upon because I'm the son of the woman who was shot, wrongfully shot by police back in 1985, which sparked the uprising.
The inquiry will hear from Peter Francis in December. His credibility will be seriously tested. He's been labelled a fantasist, both by those he spied on and those he spied for.
Katherine Massey Book Club, Context of White Supremacy. Gus T. Renegade in for another broadcast, hopefully to share constructive information on the global system of white supremacy. Today's date, Friday, April 10, 2026. So I have been told this is our 7th installment on the late Dr. Colin Anthony Beckles Pan-African Sites of Resistance. We are picking up specifically on page 335 of his dissertation, and it's the subsection hypervigilance, and just talking about different ways that the black bookstores all around the world, US, UK, and Jamaica, being under attack. We are coming to the end of the dissertation. We'll wrap things up next week. So for the folks who've been paying attention, learned anything, concluding thoughts, be thinking of what we have learned from Dr. Beckles' research efforts over the next week or so. We started specifically, and I almost have to kind of rewind as to why we started with those specific audio segments. Last week, Dr. Beckles told us that on April 4th, 1993, he was in Mandela Park, and this was the incident where the black people were doing the experiment, or whatever you want to call it, where they had the white tiles on the ground and they wanted to see if people would ride their bikes or stomp on the pictures of white Jesus, and then if they switched it up, put Marcus Garvey or whatever, to see how people responded to that, and then asking them questions and such. Okay, now last week I pointed this out with shock. He was there on April 4th, 1993. That is, now I didn't say the exact number of years, but that is exactly 25 years to the day Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. April 4, 1993, he's in Mandela Park, and I do think it's important for this context. He misspells Mandela Park. In the dissertation, it is spelled Mandela. I was confused to the point that I was thinking maybe this is not Nelson Mandela, but it is Nelson Mandela Park in the UK. He just misspelled it, and I think that is relevant for all that will be said right here. So he's there on April 4th, 1993. Exactly 18 days into the future, Stephen Lawrence will be killed. 17-year-old privileged black boy. We had his mother, Baroness Doreen Lawrence, as a guest on the Cows twice. It took them 2 decades before they even convicted anyone for this racist crime, literally leaving a black child, black boy, to bleed to death in the street after he'd been stabbed and attacked just because they were race soldiers, a whole gang of them. But that happened exactly 18 days after this episode in Mandela Park, and exactly 1 month later, in May, the Nelson Mandela, the very Mandela that park is named from, he came to the UK, took pictures with Stephen Lawrence's family, and said that this was a disgrace and that he expected this sort of violence and black people being left to die in the streets in Joburg. That's what he's accustomed to in South Africa, not Britain. The very next day, they made an arrest in the case. Hadn't done anything. The Metropolitan Police Department hadn't done anything for a month. The very next day after Madiba comes and says that, they make an arrest of these white boys in the case. But I mean, I just, oh, and wait, I have to even add more. I have to add more. Because, and now again, I said all this last week, and I'm emphasizing that because I said all that last week just in passing. I wasn't writing a book. I didn't have a month to prepare. I was reading this the first time that you all were in the book club, And I knew the significance of April 4th because I'm a counter-racist scholar, and I talked to his mom twice, so I knew, wait a minute, Stephen Lawrence was killed in April of 1993, so this is days away from when that murder happened. That's how I knew all of the context for all of this. And 1 year after the Rodney King riots in California, LA. I said all this last week. Adding on to it, the Reverend Al Sharpton, we want to get our teaspoon of Ye commentary, who was blocked from going to the UK this week. They said he's an old anti-Semite, he and Kyrie Irving. In 1991, the audio clip that we started with, Roland Adams, black privileged male boy, was killed, stabbed to death. They said 20 minutes away from where Stephen Lawrence would be killed 2 years later. The Reverend Al Sharpton migrated to the UK to participate in protests about Roland Adams' murder, and Stephen Lawrence was at those protests in 1991, in April 1991. Stephen Lawrence would be killed 2 years later to the month, and Al Sharpton came back to the UK to participate in the protests for Stephen Lawrence. But they weren't, white people in London, they weren't even going to let him in the country in 1991. Like, oh, we didn't hear about you. And got to add on it, Al Sharpton had just been stabbed almost to death himself when he came to the UK in 1991 for Roland Adams' stabbing death. Al Sharpton had been protesting in January in New York about Yusuf Hawkins' killing. Now, I'm not saying Dr. Beckles should have included everything that I just told you. But what I am saying, the cosmic alignment, at least for that first portion, if a white person put a project, and I mean, I don't care what type of project it is, sociology project, economic project, architectural project, military history project, counter-racism project, whatever it is, if it relates to racism and black people, there's no way you can tell me you were at an event at Mandela Park anywhere in the world on April 4, any year forward of 1968, and you're talking about racism. Dr. King should come up. And then, days later, you're in the UK. Stephen Lawrence is getting every single thing that he has talked about in this dissertation that we have been reading for 2 months is right there in that case. And the reason I'm emphasizing it, now that I've had a week, not a year, this dissertation wasn't published until 1995. Some of the very black bookstores that Dr. Beckles has informed us about eloquently in this work, they participated in a massive protest in October 1993. What were they protesting? Racist bookstores that were literally feet away, meters, be UK style. They were meters away from where Stephen Lawrence was stabbed to death. That's what they and thousands of Brits were protesting. We're going to close this racist B&P bookstore where other racist attacks had occurred. That is everything. What have we been talking about in this work? Black identity. I even said I don't want to hear nothing about that. I would have been keenly interested in hearing about black identity in a chapter on Stephen Lawrence. And what would have been in there? Former COWS guest Doreen Lawrence saying, the identity of my child is not a thug and a gangster, because that's what you portray black people as, and that's what you thought of my son when he was dying in the street from these racist cowards who killed him. That would have been the discussion of black identity, because that's not who Stephen was. But that's what they portray. That's what they think of us even now. That would have been the discussion. Even the, what's the title? Pan-African Sites of Resistance. What did I just say? He was in Mandela Park. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How did you miss? How did all of this not get contextualized in the work? You're in Mandela Park. The namesake is going to appear exactly where you are. He is going to hop from the continent and be right here in the UK posing with the Lawrence family talking about racism. Is that not Pan-African identity? And Al Sharpton is going to come here. And that is almost pulling all of, we don't have Jamaican representation, but it's close enough. And the Lawrences, they're Jamaican, so we already got that covered. Stephen Lawrence is buried in Jamaica. We already got that covered. So you have all of this confluence of Pan-African identity, black people from all over the world showing concern, and even what we've talked about already in this book, the racist violence, the teddy boys and all of that, to see this happening right now, live time, as this work is being constructed. And the bookstores. If black bookstores are sites of resistance and Pan-African identity, oh my God, I would have paid money to hear what was the conversation in those black bookstores in the UK about Stephen Lawrence and these murders. Maybe even Roland Adams too. They had protests that were organized. The bookstores were a key part of that. If we're going to stand around and snoop and what are you reading about and let's debate about, is Jesus white, is Jesus black, respectfully, I would have much rather. This is a seminal case in the history of Britain. They ended up with the McPherson Report, institutional racism at the Metropolitan Police Department, and even what we heard from Doreen Lawrence, there is your COINTELPRO UK style, as opposed to going to arrest the racist criminals who killed Stephen Lawrence and left him to die in the street worse than a dog. They went and spied on the Lawrence family and went and spied on the Adams family. What they say, we're going to see if we can find some dirt. And even what was dirt? You've been in a protest. Is that illegal? Is that criminal? They got white people around the world that they go out and yell and stomp. Don't you pollute the air. Don't you kill the tortoises. They'll be ready to give you a peace prize and a medal and, hey, you great for the environment, Greenpeace Award of the Year. I'm a black person and I was at a protest because I don't like you killing black children and leaving them to die in the street. Oh, we got some dirt on you now. Selling drugs. That's what I said. There's the Pan-African black identity right there. They selling drugs, ain't they? They smuggling reefer and cocaine, ain't they? At the bookstore, maybe. I have learned a ton from Dr. Colin Anthony Beckles. It has been amazing, the scholarship, but oh my, I mean, maybe there's an excuse, maybe there's a justification, maybe he didn't think his scholarship should, focus on all of that, but I mean, in my view, it would be similar if a scholar traveled from any place in the universe and they came to visit the USA, so-called, and they said, I'm here doing some sort of project related to racism in any area of people activity, and George Floyd happens. I don't care what that project is about. You came here to study racism in some way, shape, form, and George Floyd is killed while you're here. Mr. Floyd's name better end up in that project in some way, shape, form, or I'm going to look real side-eye at your project. What were you doing? What were you paying attention to? All that happened? And you didn't even think it worth a footnote? Dr. Beckles, he has flyers in this dissertation all the way through 1994 and what black bookstores in the UK, events that they were having all the way into the spring of 1994, a full year after Stephen Lawrence was killed. Are you telling me that at no point none of these bookstores had a flyer about Stephen Lawrence? None of them? Monumental oversight. If a white person had done this, I would mock their project, they would get an F, and I would not take them seriously. It's hard for me to try to even wrap my mind around how this happened. If you all have a, logic or some sort of theory as to how it all could have happened reasonably, please share. We will go ahead and get to it. Dr. Colin Anthony Beckles, Pan-African Sites of Resistance. Stephen Lawrence, Roland Adams. Can we get, you see the trouble that Ye having. Al Sharpton, they didn't want to let him to the country. He had been stabbed just 3 months previously. And Al Sharpton went over to the UK in April 1991. Long live Al Sharpton. Katherine Massey Book Club, audio segment 1.
Hypervigilance. Secure the site. Given the above, it comes as no surprise that many bookshop owners have attempted to secure the store's physical structure. Thus, as an added protection, the shops in England, U.S., and Jamaica had fire insurance and or have placed bars and locks on doors and windows. Self-reliance. No government funds. Government funding of self-help groups undermined the self-reliance, the self-created social and economic base of those groups. They were no longer responsive to or responsible for the people they served. Savandin, 1990. Savandin's remarks succinctly state that hard-line black bookshop members had advocated from the outset no to government funding. For example, in England, neither Timbuktu, Bogle, New Beacon, or Head Start books ever received government funding. Across the Atlantic, a similar attitude of self-reliance is also evident. Neither ISO-1, Marcus Books in Oakland, or Liberation in New York ever received government funding. The same attitude of self-reliance is found in the Caribbean, as neither Books About Us or Head Start books received government funding. In short, today's black PSRs have learned from the past mistakes of bookshops who relied heavily on precarious government funds. The staff at New Beacon Books summarize their position. New Beacon Books has always believed that it is important to be an independent organization, and it has never asked for or received any grants or funding. It is the contribution of its working directors and support committee that has established it as the important, independent, cultural, social, and educational institution that it has become. George Padmore, New Beacon Pamphlet, 1994. Thus stated, the alternative to government funding is obviously private and community support. One form that this has taken in England is the establishment of charity organizations or foundations. These organizations serve as financial resource managers, organizing fund drives, allocating expenses, etc. They thus allow the bookstore owners to attend to the multidimensional tasks associated with managing black bookstores, while the foundation organizes and secures emergency and long-term funds. Bogle Books utilized an independent funding source, albeit too little too late, known as Friends of Bogle. They were primarily organized to initiate fundraising activities for Bogle Books. During the existence of Bogle Overture Books, we had organized a group within that, and they were called Friends of Bogle. And Friends of Bogle are still involved as a group. They are the main ones who try to organize lectures and different activities as a means of raising funds, so that Manning Marable did the 2 lectures we gave. Then Manny came and did a series of lectures after he delivered the Rodney Lecture 1 year. Then we took him to Brixton, where he spoke on Malcolm, and whatever monies were made paid straight to Bogle. Friends of Bogle, the independent group, they themselves did these fundraisings and bought back the stock from the liquidators of Bogle Overture Publications. Bogle, 1994. Stop the informants. As noted above, many black bookstore owners believe that various organizations had attempted to subvert their operations. It should be noted that some of the discourse produced in the black bookstores could be used against the store in a court of law. Indeed, many black activists in London were jailed or deported under the Incitement to Riot Act, while banning of books and lecturers were a regular event in Jamaica during the 1960s and early 1970s. Similarly, the leaders of black nationalist movements were targeted for elimination in the U.S. by the FBI. Not surprisingly, unknown or suspicious people, nosy academics with tape recorders, are rigorously interrogated before any detailed information about the store history and political activities is provided. For example, whether it was Jamaica, England, or the U.S., I was constantly asked if I was an informer, CIA agent, FBI, or working for the Secret Service. These questions usually occurred whenever I was discussing the purpose of the research project, had my tape recorder out, or was in the interview process. For example, before an interview with members of Head Start Books, they required that I supply them with a copy of my research proposals and community political references so that they could perform a background check on me. Until satisfied, my relationship with them was very distant. One of the partners of Head Start was at the front desk. He greeted me, but it was a much colder greeting than before. I asked him how things were, and he answered abstractly. I thought something was a bit off, but wasn't sure. I asked him if he had a chance to look over the proposal. He said yes, but his partner hadn't. I asked him what kind of response I should anticipate. He didn't answer directly, but went into a discussion about security of African peoples and how we have to watch ourselves and our actions. Similar interactions occurred in other bookstores. Indeed, C.O.W.S in Los Angeles absolutely refused to allow me to audiotape or videotape any of our interviews, or to let my tape recorder freely record discussions occurring in the store. Moreover, examination of all documents regarding the store is vigorously undertaken to protect the store and its members from possible attack, legal, physical, or otherwise. Below, I present an example of an exchange which occurred in London as I was attempting to get A.J. of Timbuktu Bookstore to sign a release form for my interview with him. We discussed the legal aspects and dangers of writing my PhD on black bookshops. He was particularly concerned about where the tapes would be stored and who would have access to them. There is a phrase in the contract that says other places, which is very vague, so he wanted to call his lawyer before signing anything so that the lawyer could look over the contract. It just so happened that the lawyer walked in the store a few minutes later. Anjani showed him the contract, and immediately he looked it over. He drafted an addendum which basically said that AJ had to be contacted if any profits were to be made from the sale of the tapes or if I wanted to deposit the tapes somewhere. Later he stated that he was concerned since I could be CIA or something, and re-emphasized that he was concerned about who would have access to the tapes. I told Anjani he had a right to be concerned. He, his lawyer, and I talked about the possibility of the government being able to confiscate the tapes in a state of emergency. Timbuktu, 3/29/94. Cultural hustlers in bogus bookshops. As noted above, the dissipation of the state library markets has resulted in the walk-in trade to take on even greater significance in terms of revenue generation. Moreover, the rapid appearance of new black bookstores fuels the suspicion that they are being run by economic opportunists, cultural hustlers. However, there is also the belief that these are government prop-ups. These bogus bookshops are established in order to run existing sites of resistance into bankruptcy. As such, one of the major security issues is protecting their established market territory so that information about operating a successful bookstore is preciously guarded. As a result of these beliefs, there exists an extremely guarded attitude over detailed information about bookstore finances and operations. For example, in order to stimulate discussion, I would occasionally mention that once I had been interested in establishing a bookstore in the future. The response from the owner was straight and to the point. If we had known, we would have never let you in here. A similar but more hostile response came from the bookshop owners in England. Anjani, I was giving you this information assuming that you were doing a school project. If you go and set up a bookstore, I'll come after you. The hostile responses stem from the fact that information about the bookstore obtained by me could have been used by me to set up a bookstore that would provide economic competition with them. As it stood, they had assumed that I was only interested in the information for academic reasons. Along similar lines, the local bookshop community has organized to keep economic competitors out of an established site of resistance territory. Dada speaks about the London situation. What has happened from time to time is that you have community organizers that were state-funded, that in order to improve the level of funding received from the state, they would put in their application to the state that they intended to set up a bookshop. The fact that 2 shops down the road there is actually a bookshop there is immaterial to them because their purpose is to raise more money from the state. 1 or 2 of them tried to do that. And did they succeed? I would say no. And that's primarily because the majority of the black book buyers in Britain are politically aware. If they see something like that happening, they tend to do something like that. Either in the sense of not going to that space unless it becomes quite clear that the 2 spaces can survive, or they would approach the second one that is about to set up and applying pressure, going up to them, and that has happened a number of times. 3/1694, Dada. Finally, there exists the constant call for support of other legitimate black institutions, black-owned, black community-oriented institutions. The black struggle to maintain control over the representation of black life is thus further legitimized as black-controlled. Knowledge-producing institutions are often recommended and, if necessary, defended. As shown in Figure 22, many flyers for other black-owned institutions are readily available at the bookstore. Resistance Section Conclusion. The above review of resistance strategies has led us to the following 2 overall conclusions. A. We can conclude that in response to direct tactics of repression, a variety of direct action strategies of resistance were usually employed by certain countries. For example, in England, due to the history of bombings, careful documentation of threats was undertaken. This was not the case in the U.S., as many of the threats were made inconsequential by being ignored. This is probably due to the fact that the black bookshops in the U.S. have not experienced the continuous and high number of devastating physical attacks, as was the case in London. Second, in England, when actual acts of vandalism were experienced, these acts were protested and made public, as they had been in the past. Again, these experiences were not found to happen with such regularity in the U.S. No acts of protest were necessary in the Jamaica sample, as they have not experienced direct repression. B. Despite their actual history of direct attacks, we can conclude that all shops did operate under a state of hyper-vigilance. First, across sites, the actual physical location of the shops have all been secured to protect against fire and vandalism via the installation of protective bars for the window and fire insurance. Second, in order to protect themselves from becoming dependent on government funding, a militant stance of self-reliance has been adopted by many sites of resistance in all 3 countries. Government grants are rejected, and various forms of independent funding bases have been established. Third, newcomers to the store are interrogated in order to assess whether or not they have ties to government or other hostile forces. Fourth, the protection of economic markets is tantamount. As the realization of the necessity to merge business and economic goals has crystallized, so has the awareness of the shop's need to secure its financial base. Finally, this attitude has extended to include giving ideological and economic support for other Black-controlled, knowledge-producing institutions. Section 4 Summary. This discussion, aimed at presenting the contemporary characteristics of Black bookstores as PSRs in the U.S., England, and Jamaica. Based on the review of the data, 6 overall findings figure prominently. These are presented below in point fashion. 1. Macro-structural features. First, we can conclude that as opposed to previous periods where there was a conflict between business and political goals, today's Black bookshops have merged these goals. As such, economic survival has become a political objective. Second, a set of core texts were commonly found across sites. These texts were considered essential reading by staff and patrons. Moreover, they were characterized by a historically rooted Black discursive framework. This framework seems to have provided the guidelines for the bookstore's struggle to represent Black identity over time. Additionally, this Black discursive framework is manifest in many of the outlining features of the Black bookshops as PSRs, constituting the store's physical, visual, and audio parameters. 2. Microstructural features. As in previous periods of time, the texts, book signings, and knowledgeable staff are all located in one site, the bookstore. This allowed the bookstore to continue functioning as a gathering place for many segments of the local, national, and international Black community. Moreover, given the constitutive role of the store's Black discursive framework, the relationship staff and patrons had with the texts, books, posters, artwork, flyers at the store was dynamic, facilitating the daily production of Black counter-hegemonic discourse at the shop. 3. Multidimensionality. It was also found that multidimensionality continued to characterize contemporary bookshops. The bookstore staff functions as griots, advisors, and informal teachers. Formal teaching dimensions as well as an organizing dimension continued to be present at today's bookshops as PSRs. 4. The Black Bookshop Network. The primary means of producing a daily, albeit intermittent web of Black discursive resistance is by referring customers between bookstores and bookstalling in other Black communities, supplying BCDH materials to study groups and political groups, and establishing institutional connections with media, educational, and research centers also contribute to the manifestation of a network. Moreover, it was found at these nodes in the Black Bookstore network, the production of Black counter-hegemonic discourse continued. However, we can also conclude that unlike the previous historical periods, the formation of formal alliances among the Black bookshops, PSRs, was not apparent at any of the sites. One exemplary attempt at network alliance has been the establishment of Black book fairs, the most successful and significant of which has been England's Black Book Fair. Not only has it received massive support from the Black activists across the diaspora, it seemed to be the culmination some of the dimensions of Black bookstores as PSRs. 5. Tactics of repression. Review of the data leads us to conclude that bookshop PSRs continue to endure direct and indirect acts of repression. For example, in terms of direct repression, in England and the U.S., certain bookshops received numerous letters, verbal threats, and some continued to be vandalized. Moreover, the perception of bookshop staff and patrons across all 3 countries is that various types of repression activities could, would, or perhaps are being employed against them. Indirect economic repression continued to be waged against Black bookstores as PSRs as well. While indirect attacks were perceived to be ongoing across site, shops experienced the most damaging effects were in England. Indeed, conservative backlash economic and education policies of the 1980s severely crippled the economic basis of England's black bookshop market. This resulted in a deadly combination of factors which forced many war-torn sites of resistance out of business and continues to severely hamper the activities of the surviving bookstores. 6. Resistance strategies. As in previous historical periods, we can conclude that in response to the aforementioned tactics of repression, black bookstores, PSRs, resisted. For example, in terms of direct tactics of repression, a variety of direct action resistance strategies continue to be utilized by contemporary black bookshops, PSRs. The particular resistance strategy employed was found to vary according to the political, historical legacy of the bookshop. However, despite their actual history of direct attacks, we can conclude further that all shops did operate under a state of hypervigilance, which led to the following resistance strategies being utilized across sites: securing physical location of the shops, adopting an attitude of self-reliance, interrogation of newcomers, protection of the bookshop's economic markets, and support for other black-controlled institutions. Section 5. General Project Conclusions and Remarks. In this final section, I proceed to give overall conclusions about the research project via discussing the concluding framework. Following this, I assess the project's contributions to the field by relating the work to other pertinent research. I then discuss the project's limitations and future research endeavors. Finally, a postscript is provided, wherein I briefly give suggestions pertaining to the future role for black bookstores as sites of resistance. We begin by reviewing the concluding framework. Chapter 12. The concluding framework. This project was facilitated by utilizing an orienting framework. In the initial stages of research, it was composed of an interrelated grouping of hypothesis dimensions and stemmed from the theoretical work of Omni and Winant, the empirical work of Joyce, Hopkins, Kirschenbaum, and Eastland, and the historical work of Morris, Churchill and Wall, Martin, Asante, and Carson. As the data was collected, this framework was analyzed and refined as the research progressed, since qualitative research requires flexibility in approach. As no empirical support was found for certain dimensions, they were discarded altogether. Alternatively, as new hypotheses dimensions were generated, they subsequently changed the orienting framework. The concluding framework is presented below. It references the role of black bookstores in terms of historical development, external and internal processes, the integration of the macro and micro levels, as well as local and international levels of analysis. Dimension 1. Pan-African sites of resistance were integrally involved in black social movements. As early as the 1930s, black bookstores such as Michel's National Memorial Bookstore in U.S., Harlem, rose to specifically serve in the battle against the attacks on black identity being disseminated by the white racists. As such, black PSRs served as a formidable extension of the Negritude and Garvey movements in the U.S. Moreover, during the 1960-70 Black Power movements in England and the U.S., bookstores again rose to complement the potpourri of black-controlled institutions established during this time period. As there was a ban on extremist literature in Jamaica, No bookstores were established despite Jamaica's heavy involvement and contributions to the international Black Power movement. Dimension 2. Certain black bookshops have had similar internal features which constituted them as Pan-African sites of resistance. At the macro-structural level, bookshops served as an archive of BCHD texts on black identity. Moreover, given the dynamics observed at contemporary bookshops, we can conclude that the texts, books, posters, music, etc., served as a discursive framework, bracketing contemporary stores' activities. Given the similarity of material over time, it stands to reason that similar dynamics characterized the black bookshops during previous historical periods. At the microstructural level, black bookshops as PSRs have had multidimensional characteristics. Across sites and across time, certain dimensions have characterized interaction occurring at black bookshops. Producers of counter-hegemonic black discourse, a meeting and debate center for the full gamut of the black community, an informal advising, teaching, and research center, a political recruiting center for black activists, organizing center for staff involved in the development of black social demonstrations, black community conferences, and alternative cultural educational centers. Dimension 3. The links between black bookshops and between black bookshops and the black community have constituted an informal network of black resistance which extends across local, national, and international arenas. From the 1930s to the present, black bookstores constituted a critical node in the informal web of black counter-hegemonic resistance. Therein, black counter-hegemonic texts, materials, and information were exchanged between other black bookshops functioning as PSRs and alternative sites of resistance. This seems to have occurred despite divisions occurring between stores based on prevailing store identity, black Marxists versus black nationalists. This network was and continues to be manifest at the informal level in terms of book stalling to distant black communities as well as daily supplying local patrons, study groups, and political organizations. Moreover, black bookshops have maintained institutional ties with research, educational, cultural, and media centers. Furthermore, the web spanned local, national, and international levels. Dimension 4. Black bookstores underwent repression by hostile white organizations and state forces because of the political activities organized by the black bookstores. The organizing aspects of black bookstores, PSRs, did not go unnoticed by white racist organizations or state forces. Direct repression tactics were heavily experienced during the 1960s in the U.S. and England, and continue to a lesser degree presently. For example, bookshops in England reported harassment, vandalism, and firebombings. Indirect forms of repression were experienced heavily during the 1960s and continue today, particularly in England. For example, in the U.S. bookstores reported heavy surveillance by the state and local police forces during the COINTELPRO era, driving customers away from the store. In England, Thatcher's state education policy was specifically designed to increase Eurocentric components of Britain's education system. As a result, black bookshops had their state funding ceased, their rents increased, and important financial markets blocked. Thus, we can conclude further that the effect of certain U.S. and England state policies was the destruction of the bookstore's financial base. Dimension 5. The conflict between business and political goals has been detrimental to the survival of black bookstores. Many of the bookstores reported had owners with some political training, but not much business experience. Thus, many of the stores suffered from poor financial management. This was particularly manifest in the conflict between political and business goals. For example, during the 60s and 70s, many books were given away on credit in England for the political purpose of spreading the message. In the U.S., shops reported that books which were profitable were not stocked because they carried the wrong politics. Both resulted in loss of revenue for the sake of politics, thus undermining the store's financial base. However, across sites, contemporary bookshops have merged business and political goals, conceptualizing a secure financial base for the store as a political necessity. Dimension 6. Resistance strategies were employed by bookshop members and the black community to ensure the continued existence of black bookstores as PSRs. The following strategies of resistance were commonly found historically across sites: documentation and publication of harassment, demonstrations, enlisting community financial support, and operating in a state of hypervigilance. However, the employment of certain resistance strategies seemed dependent on the historical context of the bookshops. Most significant was the formation of formal bookshop alliances. In the United States, for example, despite the informal bookshop network, no unification of the bookshops occurred as a strategy of resistance. Alternatively, in England, formal alliances among the black bookshops were formed. This may have been due to 3 reasons. A. Only England black bookshops had previous political alliances. B. Compared to the U.S., English black bookshops were in close proximity to one another, all located in the Greater London area. C. To our knowledge, COINTELPRO-like divide and conquer programs were waged as intensely against the black rebels in England as they were in the U.S. Contributions to the field. 3 final points are presented here. The first is an empirical refutation of the role of black bookstores. Second, I situate the notion of sites of resistance along Morris's concepts of movement center and halfway centers. Finally, the findings are compared to Giroix's theoretical work on cultural workers. In Joyce's work, Gatekeepers of Black Culture, 1983, he specifically documents the historical, political legacy of black publishing programs. Briefly, Joyce's work suggested that many black publishing programs in the United States were established as a political institution whose raison d'etre was to respond to the attacks made on the mental and social characteristics of the black American by white supremacist scholars. However, while investigating the role played by publishers and cultural organizations, Joyce significantly neglected and minimized the historic role played by black bookstores, which functioned as sites of resistance. Joyce reduces their role to a passive distributive function, a place for the occasional advertisement scheme of publishers and writers. As demonstrated in the body of this paper, certain black bookstores in the U.S. were unquestionably far more than passive distributors. Black bookstores were active political institutions, a historical missing link between the writers and publishers on the one hand and the local and international black activist community on the other. Secondly, in his classic work, Origins of the Civil Rights Movement, Morris utilizes concepts similar to sites of resistance, movement centers. While Morris's concepts are related to Omni and Winans in some ways, differences are noted. Morris states that movement centers are defined by the following characteristics. A local movement center is a social organization within the community of a subordinate group which mobilizes, organizes, and coordinates collective action aimed at attaining the common end of that subordinate group. A movement center exists in a subordinate community when that community has developed an interrelated set of protest leaders, organizations, and followers who collectively define the common end of the group, devise necessary tactics and strategies along with training for their implementation, and engage in actions designed to attain the goals of the group. Morris, 1984. Given this definition, from a theoretical standpoint, the movement center's concepts could be subsumed by Omni and Winans' more global definitions of a site of resistance. Indeed, we can use the empirical evidence obtained at Black Bookstore PSRs further to analyze the relationship between the concepts. It will be recalled that various political organizations occasionally use bookstores to do specifically what Morris said movement centers would do theoretically: mobilizes, organizes, and coordinates collective action aimed at attaining the common ends of that subordinate group. Morris, 1984. Many examples have been noted historically across all three countries. During the 1930s, Michaud's Back to Africa movement held meetings at his bookstore. During the 1960s and 1970s, the Black Panthers held meetings at Garvey bookshops in Oakland, while the Black Parents movement held organizational meetings at Bogle Books in London. Presently, the Mandela Park group holds organizational meetings at Head Start Books in Jamaica. Given this, it would seem that the movement center notion could be equated to the organizational dimension that I have used to describe Black bookstores functioning as sites of resistance. As such, we can state that one of the historical characteristics of Black bookstores as PSRs is their movement center dimension. Finally, this work also speaks to the cultural studies and education literature. Using my empirical regarding the alternative teaching dimension evident at Black bookstores, we find empirical support as well as historical precedents for Giroud's notion of critical pedagogy and cultural workers. In Napier's review of Giroud's work, he cites the following features as pertinent to the notion of critical pedagogy. Pedagogy is part of a political project that takes issues of liberation and empowerment as its starting point. Teachers and students become agents in the production of subjectivity and meaning. Such a pedagogy calls for public debate regarding the dominant memories and repressed stories that constitute the historical narrative of a social order. Many groups have already initiated the discussion. Napier, 1993. Indeed, Napier's last sentence commentary is exactly where my assessment begins. Given Giroud's description of critical pedagogy, members of the Black bookshop community in the U.S., England, and pedagogy have already initiated the discussion, have already been cultural workers engaged in the practice of critical pedagogy. As the data revealed, Black bookshops, as PSRs, historically have served as Black community locations for the production of Black critical pedagogy, which equals staff, Giroud's teachers, and patrons, Giroud's students. who were indeed agents in the production of subjectivity and racial meanings. It was at the Black Bookstore that we found the production of a black discursive framework, continually produced by the daily interaction of staff, texts, and patrons. Furthermore, it was the Black Bookstore PSR in its critical form dimension that functioned as a political safe space that allowed for the public debate regarding the dominant white memories and repressed black stories that constitute the historical narrative of a social, racial order. In summation, the research on black bookstores as PSRs has contributed to the field in three specific ways. First, it has challenged the work of Joyce by providing historical evidence for the activist role played by black bookstore staff and their stores in terms of being vital to the black social movement. Second, it has given theoretical and historical affinity between Omni and Winant's concept of sites of resistance, Morris's notion of movement center, and my notion of organizational dimension of black bookstores. Finally, the research gives empirical and historical support for Giroux's notions of cultural workers and critical pedagogy by linking these notions to a bookstore as alternative teaching center.
Katherine Massey Book Club, context of white supremacy. So we have one more section for Dr. Colin Anthony Beckles, Pan-African Sites of Resistance, and then we will be all done. He does the end notes, and before we get to that, he does the project limitations and future research, and then we do the end notes. All done. Moving on to a new book. Number to dial 720-716-7300. The code 564943 pound. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. Email untiljustice@gmail.com. I do want to make sure from the very beginning, now everything I said about the non-inclusion of Stephen Lawrence and the timing and all of that would still hold. The only thing, Miss Dr. Beckles, he might have been in Jamaica in April 4, 1993, and then he migrated to London later. Might have happened that way. As I said last week, I assumed maybe he left before Stephen Lawrence was killed. Either way, it would not change. One, Mandela Park in Jamaica is still misspelled. It would still be 25 years from Dr. King's assassination. Mandela still arrived in London a month from that date, April 4, 1993, whether he was in Jamaica or London. Either way, Madiba arrives in London 1 month later, talking about Stephen Lawrence's murder, maybe at a black bookstore while he is there. And then Dr. Beckles is going to end up being in London regardless. If he wasn't there in April, he did end up there later on that year. And it seems like he spent some time there in 94 as well. So I don't know if he did multiple trips or stayed a long time once he got there. So strive for accuracy regardless if he was in Jamaica or Britain. Mandela Park for April 4, 1993 would be significant on that date, especially if you're talking about racism in either country, anywhere in the world really. And then for sure it's going to be, and it would still be significant for what I said. Stephen Lawrence is buried in Jamaica. His parents are a part of that Windrush and all of that. So I mean, regardless, at these three areas, all in the area of the study, it would just be, was he in Britain? Was he in Jamaica? They have even that. They have a Mandela Park in Jamaica and Britain. Wacky. Maybe he was in Jamaica at that time. Maybe maybe if he was in Jamaica for, let's say, the next 6 months or longer, maybe he doesn't hear about Stephen Lawrence. Maybe, at least for a while, it delays it. Maybe, but certainly if you go to London at any point after April 1993, you know who Stephen Lawrence is. Mandela Park, Jamaica, Mandela Park, Britain. They probably got Mandela Parks all over the world. Again, that would be testament to what happens when you dedicate yourself to striving for accuracy and replacing white supremacy with justice. Really, more so replace white supremacy with justice and then strive for accuracy. But yes, right on. Let's see, we'll get in a few of our notes and then get to it. Let's see. Oh, thought I had it and I pulled up the incorrect tab. Okay. Oh, and kudos to our author. Man, this has been such a lengthy project, and it's got all that like highfalutin academic jargon, and she's just been a trooper and pushed right on through. Caller down in Florida just pushed right on through being professional and, you know, getting all these, you know, academic monosyllabic or polysyllabic words and pronounced them correctly for us and kept us in line so we could just focus on learning as much as possible from Dr. Beckles. So much obliged to our caller in Florida. Great job narrating as usual. Let's see, email number 1, greetings Gus, listeners, callers. Another great interview. Pick the incorrect message. I thought I had it. I sat there and pulled the correct. Let's see, let me try it again. Struggling. I sat there and pulled up the correct tab and was like, oh, I got it. There we go. And then, am I still not doing it correctly? What's going on here? What is going on here? Why am I get it together? Let's see. There we go. All right. Man, I'm having the woo. Okay. Man, take a deep breath. Few of them. Okay. Let's see. Greetings, Gus, listeners, callers. Dr. Beckles' PhD is in sociology, not black studies, African American studies, or Africana studies. I think this is the reason for the methodology and structure of his dissertation. He was a professor in the Department of Comparative American Cultures at Washington State University. He received a Faculty of the Year award. I got me 5 of them. And was editor of Spokane's African American Voice newspaper. The newspaper existed from 1996 to 2000. The latest data shows that there are 790 black African American students at Washington State University. The total population of all students is 25,000. Eep. Not too many. and now it says black African is 790. Now, sometimes they will toss the African in there too, and even sometimes you'll be glad well, I don't know if you'll be glad or not, but man, if they didn't toss them in, it might be 0. Not that it's too many now, and even once you add them in, it's not like it jumps up to 5,000 or 3,000 or nothing like that, but man, that 790 might be all of the people classified as black. I don't know. You have to interrogate that. Anyway, let's see. Not too many black students with sociology PhDs either. Probably not too many black students with PhDs, period. Destruction of library market leads to lost revenues. In addition to the passing trade has ceased, was cutting down passing trade, customers who just walked in off the street and becoming interested in the bookstore after passing. Now that's, hey, now, if you have lots of people who don't read, I could see why that, might be a thing. We're focused. We're going to watch the game or texting or, whatever else we're thinking about, as opposed to, oh, maybe we, at least pop in. We don't even have to buy nothing. We'll take 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and just, see if anything new popped on the show. Hey, they might have an author coming through. Again, we don't have to buy anything. We just take a few minutes and see who's going to be stopping through. What they're going to be talking about might be something about racism. Nah. That's what we, listener, not we talked about this when we were reading Char Adams' book, Black-Owned, and we were both thinking about, is reading a part of black culture, and I said that's not true. That's not the case. That sort of comment would further confirm for me reading is not a part of black culture. Like I said, I didn't say you had to go in. I have gone to many a black bookstore. I didn't make a purchase every single time, even though I'm sure they would have appreciated that. I did try. I would do sometimes even. I would go and make a list of books that I wanted, and then go back and get them. Save up my nickels, what have you, then bam, go back, get that, bam, go back and get that one. Make sure I patronize. But I got the impression, especially if you actually do come back and, break bread with them, as they say, many of them did appreciate that. And what I just said, most bookstores, they do have guests. They generally like to have a few hind parts in the seats when authors come to talk about their book. Don't want it to be an empty shop. At least swing by, see, we have events and that sort of thing, and then you could buy something once we get you in here. At least try to pass trade, as they said, passing trade, stop in, say hi, look at a book or two. Hypervigilance. Staff at many Pan-African sites of resistance black bookshops believe that they may be targeted. From what I have read so far about this, I have no doubt they were targeted. Divide and conquer. Black and alternative sites of resistance were pitted against each other so that unity across the bookstores could not be achieved. Commonly referred to as politricks in England and Jamaica, Ajani and of Timbuktu Books recounts his belief that somebody attempted to pit his Afrocentric bookstore against a politically active Asian bookstore in London. Reason to be united, independent, for sure. And for this one, minimizing conflict, as opposed to, I knew it, and minimizing conflict. And even got to say that we got to be best friends and work together and all that and cross-promote. Just, wait a minute, is this some nonsense going on? Because we're supposed to be minimizing that conflict. Bogus bookshops. The other aspect of hypervigilance found across sites was the belief that some black bookshops were set up by hostile forces. It is believed that these bogus black bookshops were established to provide direct economic competition with establishment black sites of resistance. This suggests to me a COINTELPRO level of sophistication and involvement in both the U.S. and UK, worldwide, really, because that takes, to open up a business, the amount of financing, and unless I've been misinformed, many businesses, like, you should probably plan to not make money, be in the red, as they say, for the racist term, for the first, they might say year or two, maybe even longer, until you actually get established, get your customer base and all of that, and okay, now we're making a little bit of money in the black, as they say, racist term. But man, like, to set a whole fake establishment up, and so the goal here is not even to make money per se. The goal is to drive this other business out of business. Whoa. Now that could be a false charge, we don't necessarily love other black people, but I certainly could believe that happening. I think, if I'm remembering my COINTELPRO history correctly, Fred Hampton, they used William O'Neill, I believe, against him when he was killed, Fred Hampton, in 1969. and I believe a part of the compensation was financial, either cash payment of some sort, hefty check, that sort of thing. But I think he might have also been given some sort of business, like a gas station or a convenience store of some sort. I have to go back and double check the record, but I think he got compensated with some sort of business. So if they were, and they being white people at the FBI or whatever other government association, government agency, if they were able to give him like a title or deed to an establishment, to a business, did they already have this business set up to begin with? Was it the same thing, set up to run some other legitimate business out of business? Spy on people? Who knows? I mean, when you're in a system of dominance, you can get a pretty nice budget that might allow you to do all kinds of imaginative things. Resistance measures, protest demonstrations. Concerned about bombing, but they were not concerned about being driven out of business because of the bombing. Bogle in England wrote the police to again organize a public meeting, picket demonstrations of the local police stations. Documented the attacks and police complicity. Black bookstore owners were courageous. Hey, be a victim of white supremacy and still try to read and encourage other black people to read. Can be dangerous. Hypervigilance. Secure the site, the store's physical structure, fire insurance, and other, and or have placed bars and locks on the doors and windows. Under the system of racism, white supremacy, are bars on our doors and windows. Also, bars separating owners from customers is common. Yes, I would say that is true. I was also thinking when I read that, like, I'm not sure that that is sufficient. I think they have a phrase, locks are for the honest. I think racist white supremacy, isn't that in The Purge? Where, and in fact, in the first Purge, it is a white family. The white man, Ethan Hawke, he makes security systems where they do exactly what they do. We put bars and all that on the house, and his wife asks, he says, they can't get in here. You make these impenetrable. And he says, hey, if they want to get in here, they'll be in here. And they do enter. So, yeah, I don't, if racists want your bookstore, I'm not sure that bars and thick windows or whatever else you can think of, alarms, I don't know if any of that will matter. Self-reliance. Organized lectures. Different activists as a means of raising funds. Manning Marble did the 2 lectures we gave. Then Manning came and did a series of lectures. We took him to Brixton, where he spoke on Malcolm. Manning Marble died in 2011. Professor of Affairs, History and African American Studies at Columbia University. He wrote a controversial text on Malcolm which alleged that Malcolm engaged in homosexual activity. He underwent a double lung transplant for sarcoidosis and subsequently died prematurely from pneumonia. He was posthumously awarded the Pulitzer for the biography. For some reason, my email does not allow me to add the letter after his name. Interesting. I don't know what to say about that. Bizarre. Anyway, Dr. Manning. Stop the informants. For one, whether it was Jamaica, England, or the U.S., I was constantly asked if I was an informer, CIA agent, FBI, working for the Secret Service. SON in Los Angeles absolutely refused to allow me to audio tape or videotape any of our interviews or to let me tape record freely, record discussions occurring in the store. Very logical and appropriate suspicion. I was thinking that about recording in the store, like, same thing I had said before, like if I'm just a random, bopping in the store, hey man, what to do? Y'all got Delectable Negro? Oh, has he got the microphone? What? Wait a minute. What's going? Who is he? Oh, don't worry about that. He say he just work at UCLA. What? Man, come on. Like any of that camera, microphone, like none of that. What is you? Yeah, that is not cool at all. Very logical, very accurate. Even what we've heard from the other books. What are you doing what are you up to, taking notes for what? And it just seems really, really strange, like you're doing a what? A project to study the history of bookstores? Okay. Yeah, let me see your card. Where you in? And even once you get it, like, that does not put me at ease at all. I don't know nothing about you, homie. Snooping. Cultural hustlers, bogus bookshops. Bogus bookshops were established in order to run existing sites of resistance into bankruptcy from time to time. Is that you have a community organization that were state funded, that in order to improve the level of funding received from the state, they would put in their application to the state that they intended to set up a bookshop. This all seems like COINTELPRO, US, or operations in the UK. Global system. Section 4 summary. Macro structural features, micro structural features, multi-dimensionality. I got this from AI. It helped my understanding. The macro structure in social science research emphasizes the interplay between individual behaviors and larger societal trends. This multi-dimensional approach allows researchers to analyze social phenomena from various levels, enhancing understanding of complex social dynamics. Micro-level analysis focuses on individual or small group behaviors, examines personal experiences, interactions, and motivations, often employs qualitative methods to gather in-depth insights. Macro-level analysis investigates large-scale social processes and structures, looks at societal trends, institutions, and cultural norms, typically uses quantitative methods for broader statistical analyses. Meso-level considerations acts as a bridge between micro and macro levels, explores community dynamics, organizations, and networks important for understanding how individual actions influence and or are influenced by larger systems. Importance of multi-dimensionality recognizes that social phenomenon cannot be fully understood from a single perspective, encourages integrative approaches that combine insights from different levels of analyses. I do think very important in terms of hearing people's personal motivations and getting down into their details, and someone like a Stephen Lawrence individually or Roland Adams. But I also think in terms of the broader power dynamics and structures, system of white supremacy that would keep Malcolm X from entering France back in the 1960s, keep Al Sharpton from entering the UK. He did get to enter, but there was a kerfuffle and some doubt about whether he'd be allowed. But to make, questions about his entrance, and then same thing with Ye this week, where he actually was not allowed, anti-Semite. The Black Bookshop Network. Formal alliances among the Black Bookshop Pan-African sites of resistance was not apparent at any of these sites. One exemplary attempt at network alliance has been the establishment of the Black Book Fairs, the most successful and significant of which has been England's Black Book Fair. Given what they were up against, no surprise that formal alliances were not common. Owners had to be suspicious of everyone who came into the store. Tactics of repression. Letters, verbal threats, vandalism, indirect economic repression, most damaging England, indeed, conservative backlash. Education policies of the 1980s crippled the economic basis of England's black bookshop market. Resistance, self-reliance, interrogation of newcomers, protection of bookshops, economic market support. After reading the last two book club selections, I am humbled by the efforts of the Black Bookstore owners. They literally started with, for the most part, only an idea, hardly any support, and no ability to tap into resources like a Jeff Bezos. Super moocher, and they get all kinds of government handouts and welfare and all of that. He and lots of these, Elon Musk, and lots of different ways that they're directly, indirectly subsidized to go out and make all of their billions of dollars. Types of help that many, many black proprietors, black bookstore owners, and otherwise would not get. I would have preserved after receiving one death threat let alone bombings? Or he says, would I, with a question, would I have persevered after receiving one death threat, let alone bombings? Hard to say. Some of these folks went to jail multiple times, and violence, and I mean all of it. Like, who had the attack, you know, being accused of being a tax cheat and all the rest of it. Come on. Let's see. Oh, and then we'll get to the concluding framework as we proceed, but that will pause right there. Folks have thoughts on the text as we get ready to wrap it up today. *61. Again, if you have thoughts about Stephen Lawrence, should he have been in the book? Even really, unless something sneaky happens on the way out. O.J. Simpson, not in this here text either. Neither is Rodney King. I don't think. I have to go back and double check. I know Walter Rodney is in the text. Granted, important, this is not a book. It is a dissertation. So there's very different parameters and considerations for what Dr. Beckles is trying to accomplish here. But particularly with Stephen, and even I'd say O.J. Simpson, like these are monumentally important court cases that are centrally about white supremacy, racism, that there were tons of books about these cases. And then just even at the minimum, wouldn't it be amazing to know what some of the black people at the black bookstores were saying about Stephen Lawrence, O.J. Simpson, live, 1994, 1995? Particularly, like I said, with Stephen Lawrence, because some of the very bookstores that he was mentioning, New Beacon Books, they were involved in the protest against a racist bookstore meters from where Stephen Lawrence was killed. So it's, like I said, it's practically all of the themes that we have been talking about. He keeps returning to, you know, the racist violence. Stephen Lawrence, let's see. I'll give out some of the notes I took during the second section. Backing up, I got a little bit further down in the text we've been reading, so I was a little bit further down. Okay, going backwards to where we started out at today, hypervigilance. Let's see. Oh, we talked about the minimizing conflict. When he mentioned the bogus bookshops last week, I was a little, I'd never heard this before. Like, I've, you know, heard a lot about COINTELPRO and different ways that they neutralize, or I guess forming other groups. I guess maybe it's not that bizarre. I had heard that during the 60s in terms of white people forming, hey, was Jonestown a CIA medical experiment? Michael Mayer suggested that the Symbionese Liberation Army was one of these bogus groups set up by the CIA. Now, not a business, but still a bogus group. So business was just, you know, I hadn't heard that dynamic. But the CIA or racist white supremacists setting up some fake group, and maybe even having it be a fake group that has a lot of black people in it to confuse or be destructive or in any way work against serious, authentic efforts to replace white supremacy with justice. Yes, that does seem to be a widespread pattern. And I think one of our listeners pointed out before, racists will waste more money to lie and give the false pretense that they might be kind of working to replace white supremacy with justice, when this is just a charade. Ain't no truth about this effort at all. Let's see. The economic impact, which is kind of happening right now. When he was talking about England and Margaret Thatcher, so that's like 1980s. I was thinking right now in the U.S., where they said the number of black written books sales for those types of books has decreased about 14%. Starting 2025. I was thinking the exact same, and directly tied, same thing. We don't have Thatcherism. We got Trumpism, 2.0, with we not going to do no DEI and woke, and you better not say nothing about racism, and we going to stop all this beating up on poor white men, and we going to give them a chance, and you better not come in here talking about no delectable Negro and that sort of thing. I could easily see, and especially because, schools don't make no bulk purchases of, no books about racism, especially if they're written by a black person. Let's see. He said staff and owners were concerned about bombing, but they were not concerned about being driven out of business because of the bombing. This belief rested on the assumption that such attacks would backfire because the black community... Oh, we already got that one. Black community... Let's see. Manning Marble. Even some of that showing again the crossover. Just in my view, to have Al Sharpton and Nelson Mandela for Mandela Park coming over, that would, maybe be more important than Manning Marble did a great lecture. Just a thought. And especially if Mr. Bogle was involved in Stephen Lawrence, that would be important. And I think he was. Stop the informants. I don't know if there's a way to stop the informants. I think there was even a suspicion that maybe some of the U.S. bookstores, a part of their COINTELPRO targeting was to have people come and work for the bookstore and then deliberately not pay taxes so that the store would be liable and maybe driven out of business. I think it's nigh impossible. I don't know what the vetting process would be. You can get truth serum, but I think it would be nigh on impossible. And because race soldiers can always pressure people. William O'Neill, it wasn't that, they just grabbed him and said, you want to go snitch for us? No? Oh, okay, no. You want to snitch? Or do you go to prison? They always got that deal that you just going to have to say, okay, I'll snitch. It's so easy when they got us under domination that I just don't know what you can do to stop the informants. I could be wrong. If anyone has a suggestion for that one, please share. When he talked about the Incitement to Riot Act and charging the black people, that's Stephen Lawrence. Dwayne Brooks, when they went out to protest in October of 1994, it might have been just before Dr. Beckles arrived, or he might have been there, I'm not sure, but sometime around his visit. But when they protested in some of the bookstores that he mentioned, Dwayne Brooks, who was with Stephen Lawrence the night of the murder, he was the only person or I think he might have been the only person to get arrested and charged. Certainly he was arrested and charged that day. He said, oh man, incitement to riot, he's out here cutting the fool and all the rest of it. He turned over a car and was about to rape a white woman. All the normal craziness that they say to kind of discredit the only witness in this racist murder where they still haven't even arrested the white boys. Let's see. All these folks thinking that he is an agent or a CIA or FBI or whatever the case may be. Again, I too think that is absolutely logical, especially at this late date, 1990s or what have you. And even once he says all of this and he hangs out for a few days or what have you, he could be. So, in my view, very legitimate. No, you can't record in the store, and no, we're not going to let you videotape. And yes, we are still suspicious. United Independent. Hopefully you're on the up and up and all the rest of it, but we don't really know you now, do we? And again, the fact that you're connected with a major university, UCLA, and later on Washington State, I mean, that is directly a part. And even UCLA specifically, those California schools, they were part of COINTELPRO, Jim Jones era. I'd have to go back and look to see if UCLA specifically was in the MK Ultra studies. They may have been. I know like Stanford and some of those others, they were. So, yeah, all of that is very reasonable, and don't come in here talking, oh, brother and sister and all, especially you're going to be eavesdropping on what the customers are talking about and what books they're trying to buy. And you got any book lists? Let me take some pictures of what like, come on. Let's see. He says that they had, I guess, a tape where they were going to talk or something. He said, I wanted to deposit tape somewhere. Later he stated that he was concerned I could be CIA or something, and re-emphasized he was concerned about who could have access to the tapes. Again, all of these are very reasonable concerns any victim of white supremacy should be thinking about, and especially now because recording devices are so ubiquitous and high quality. Let's see. I would say even that, when you reasonably, logically have to have that level of suspicion because of infiltration by racists, sometimes using non-white people, that also would be an impediment, and a massive one, to having some sort of national alliance or global alliance. If, who is this person? And then, bookstores are constantly closing and opening up, so there's so much flux with new people coming in and people going out and all the rest of it. Like, man, that would be difficult to get something where you could maintain some sense of equilibrium and develop that trust that, okay, I don't think this person is a snitch today. I mean, it would just be hard for a billion different reasons. Let's see. Oh, and then he says, I would occasionally mention that once I had been interested in establishing a bookstore in the future, the response from the owner was straight to the point. If we had known, we would have never let you in here. A similar but more hostile response came from the bookshop owners in England. I was giving you this information assuming that you were doing a school project. If you go and set up a bookstore, I'll come after you. Like, wow. And especially if people are responding to him in England like this, because presumably he's got that old, Yankee accent, U.S. passport. I mean, I don't know. Like, okay, even if maybe you all have inspired me. My, American brothers and sisters, we're so ignorant. We need, you black Brits have shown me the way. We need something like this. I'm going to go back at UCLA, so I'm on the west coast of the continent. I'm gonna go back to California and see if I can't help us get another bookstore shop. Coon, who do you think why is that? How is that a threat to you? I'm on the other side of the planet. I'm on the other side of the planet. How could that possibly threaten your profit margins? Even with website and such, I know most of your traffic has got to come from the opposite hemisphere. How is that a threat to you where you going to come after me? And you going to come after me? You can get on a plane and come to California? Come on, man. Something about that, like, man, I even have to say that's anti-blackness right there. Like, man, because white people open up bookstores all the time. You can go after them? Barnes and Noble decide to open up across from you, you gonna go after them? Independent, one of them left-leaning independent white bookstores with a coffee shop, an espresso, they open up across from you, you gonna go after them? Nah, that don't, no way. Now, I will say, we did hear slightly similar. I think it might have been SO1 Books in LA, the young fella from the East Coast. Again, great distance, so even if he does want to open a bookshop, not direct competition, but he came in, was kind of looking at books, and they said, hey, you need to buy those. There's etiquette, there's a code. You can't just come in here and not do your own research. And I think they did help him and share information, as did many of the other black entrepreneurs, unless my memory is really bad, but I don't think it is on that one. I think that was what happened. They were very helpful. I think we were saying that kind of seemed like black people being constructive and sharing information, contrary to what we're often told. But man, I don't know if, for whatever reason, if that's the experience that he got, and maybe it might have been different with him specifically, because they might have thought that, he tricked them. Like, you came in here and told us that you were doing some sort of academic project or whatever, and we were kind of suspicious of you anyway and thinking that you might be lying and working for the man or whatever, and now you're talking about you want to open a bookstore, like, oh man, you're just trying to come and steal all our business secrets and everything else, and I'm gonna go upside. Like, I could see how that might, you know, upset people a little bit if they think you kind of got over on them a little bit, that type of thing. But for me, it just shows how difficult it is being a black bookstore owner, really trying to be a black person in business, but especially a black bookstore owner, and the level of vigilance that you would, you know, have to have. Even all of that said, I don't know about the going after a person. I mean, I don't share business tips, cool in the gang. I wouldn't talk to you, cool in the gang. Don't be coming in my store and writing down stuff and not making purchase. Okay, that did sound a little odd to me, but okay. But dang, I'm gonna come after you. Like, minimize conflict. Unless you're gonna go after the white bookstore owners too, and they should be first in line because they do way more damage to black businesses than other black bookstores. You should start with the white bookstores first. Let's see. Resistance section conclusions. He said that many of the threats to black bookstores in the U.S. were made inconsequential by being ignored. I'm just not sure. I mean, I guess if you can look at the data and it doesn't seem like you have all those bombings and what have you in the U.S. against black bookstores, even though they did report they had that fire, I believe at Drum and Spear. Okay, that's not a bombing, right? Fire's not a bombing, okay. But man, if the end result is the store still closes, be it from, we say we put a tax lien on the property, or we lock up the proprietor, like with Afro-Asian Books in Buffalo, New York, or there's a so-called riot, LA riots, for the bookshop in Los Angeles, whatever it is, the end result is the store closes down, and that's what race soldiers wanted. I don't know if that means that the threats were rendered inconsequential. I'm not sure. Like, and the even the percentage of books written by black authors decreasing 14%, even that, I don't think that's inconsequential. Especially if that's a direct result of racism, white supremacy, which I think it is. Let's see. I don't know if U.S. bookstores experienced the same number of bombings and such, but it seemed like they had a variety of different types of attacks that were enumerated in Char Adams' report. David Ruggles experienced threats, all kind of vandalism, that type of thing. Let's see. A gathering place. This is for the micro structural features. Bookstores continue to function as a gathering place for many segments of the local, national, and international black community. Moreover, given the constitutive role of the store's black discursive framework, the relationship staff and patrons had with the texts, books, posters, art, flyers at the store was dynamic, facilitating the daily production of black counter-hegemonic discourse at the shop. So much of this just Stephen Lawrence. They were making flyers, artwork, posters, people coming in from all over, as locally, nationally, internationally. Is that Al Sharpton? Yes, that's Al Sharpton. Like, man, Stephen Lawrence. That's why I say that murder embodied every component of this dissertation, and exactly what the micro level, the macro level, it embodied the totality. Okay, I think I can pause there, and then we'll get to the general project conclusions and set. Oh, wait a minute. Got a little bit further. Sorry, got discombobulated. The section where he gets to some of the general concluding framework in part 12, where he talks about in Jamaica, he says there was a ban on extremist, in quotes, literature. No bookstores were established despite Jamaica's heavy involvement and contributions to the international Black Power movement. That is, I mean, wow. They had a ban on extremist literature, and so we don't have black bookstores. Like, wow. That is racists. They work very well to stop dissemination of books and to make sure that if reading is more important than watching television, racists say we are going to do everything we can to keep y'all in front of that screen. We're going to see to it you don't do no reading. We're going to see to it that you don't do no reading. Whatever we have to do, we have to get bombs, get the bombing. If we have to start a fire, get the matches. We got to put somebody in prison, wear the handcuffs. Whatever we got to do. Ain't going to be no niggers reading, period. Especially reading serious books, nonfiction, about racism. But that is wild. Like, dang. I guess he was talking about them playing Bob Marley and audio recordings and such where you have to improvise, compensate, but dang. Let's see. Where he says organizing aspects of black bookstores, Pan-African sites of resistance, did not go unnoticed by white racist organizations or state forces. Direct repression tactics were heavily experienced during the 1960s in the U.S. and England and continue to a lesser degree presently. I had to highlight all of that. How do we know? Even in 2026. In fact, they tell us that books written by black authors, their sales decreased by 14%. Now that could be a lie. Race soldiers lie, even though I don't have a reason to doubt that. But how do we know that is not a direct result of COINTELPRO still being effective? Our experience with COINTELPRO 2026, how do we know? Just saying, that's one I don't really think we can make an accurate determination, because it takes so many deliberately sophisticated forms that frequently you wouldn't know until the store closes down. We do know S.O.W.S closed. We do know that. Do I think that's better for the system of white supremacy racism? If I'm a racist, I always want to see the black bookstore close down. Always. And some of the other books that we even talked about in Char Adams, they closed down. So, let's see. Anything else? Where he talks about not stocking books because they have the wrong politics. So are you telling me that the economics of white supremacy racism for a black bookstore to stay in business and fight off the bogus bookshops, I gotta get 15,000 copies of The Hate You Give, Cased, some other terrible books, novels and such. I gotta get all that stuff, and then so I'm trying to get. Hey, you think you can get ISIS papers? Well, no, I gotta get that Hate You Give again. Somebody stole my land. Let me get that Hate You Give one more time. Just, let me get that iceberg slim one more time. I'm gonna get that iceberg. I'm gonna get it next time. Is that what you're telling me? Man, I do think that is a extremely important point that he mentioned. In England, the black bookshops were in close proximity to each other. I personally think that probably was a tremendous benefit. I'd said consistently when he was talking about in the U.S., why wasn't there like some sort of black bookstore alliance, and let's all work together, blah, blah, blah. I said, man, so if S.O.W.S is in California and Drum and Spear is in D.C., Liberation is in New York, where are we going to meet at? That's convenient for everybody. We all go to Chicago, which is not really close, but, we all meet in Chicago or something like that. Man, like, that's kind of expensive and all the rest of it. That's one thing. You got all those little tiny so-called British countries. Hey, all the bookstores are close. We can meet, share information, go back and forth, all of that. I could see, especially if we're codified and serious in our conduct, oh yeah, that could easily work to your benefit. And even for patrons, because you can cross-promote, plug one another. Oh, they're going to have such and such an author over at their store. Oh, they're going to have such and such event. Oh, dang, okay, blah, 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 blah. Great. Let's see. I'm not sure if he meant counter-racist programs, the divide and conquer programs weren't waged as intensely against the black rebels in England as they were in the U.S., or that these programs were waged as intensely. I'm not sure, given the context. But again, same thing I already said. How do we know? If the bookstore goes out of business, that sounds like repression. And Doreen Lawrence being spied on. I know if those black bookstore owners, if they had anything to do, you gonna go out in these streets and start yelling, and you need to arrest these boys who killed Stephen Lawrence and Roland Adams, and what's wrong with the Met and blah, blah, blah. I know. We go over there and spy on the folks at the bookstore, see what they talking about. See, they got any of them posters up, Stephen Lawrence. They smuggling any drugs, by the way? How do we know? If they spying on Stephen Lawrence's family and looking on drugs on them, and they spying on Roland Adams' family, I would think they had to be spying on the bookstores in the 90s too, and doing God knows what else too. We'll get to audio segment number 2, wrapping up the dissertation. Now again, he goes to the conclusion of the work and then does the end notes. This is not a book. This is a dissertation. I've never read a project, dissertation or other, where they're just a massive collection of endnotes. Normally they're a part of the body of the work. They might just be on the page where he's alluding to something, or they would be at the end of the chapter. I've seen that before. I've never seen, at the end of the work, a massive collection, dozens of endnotes. But that's what we have. So we'll listen, make sense, hopefully constructive. Either way, all done today. Dr. Colin Anthony Beckles, Pan-African Sites of Resistance. Final audio segments. Katherine Massey Book Club, Context of White Supremacy.
Project Limitations and Future Research. A. Missing Key Informants. The major limitation facing the project center on missing key informants. These informants were not directly interviewed for a variety of reasons. Unable to give time for the interview, unable to be contacted, etc. For example, historical and contemporary information about black bookstores in England has utilized secondary reports about the role of New Beacon Books, while direct quotes were obtained via published interviews with LaRose. Further questioning is desirable. Similarly, Darcus Howe of Race Today Journal will more than likely add richness to the project. Similarly, in Jamaica, it is known that while bookstores were not present during the 1960s, Drum and Spear did receive books such as Marcus Garvey's from his wife, Amy C.O.W.S. Garvey. Interviews with Drum and Spear, dealing with this connection and the extent to which circulation of Drum and Spear texts occurred in Jamaica, would extend our information as to the discursive resistance which occurred there. Finally, it is known that Haki Madhubuti of Third World Press was integral in terms of supplying black bookstores during the 1960s and continues to do so presently. His information may provide detail in terms of the role of black bookstores in the Chicago area and internationally. B. Obtain more surveillance information. As the data revealed, FBI files were kept on many black bookstore staff members. The obtainment of these files for analyses for more members or directly from the FBI could enhance the level of detail in regards to this aspect of the project. C. Baseline data. Baseline data as to the number of bookstores, volume of text sold, revenues, etc. is difficult to come by because the bookstore staff are very protective of their financial information. Survey attempts have proven ineffectual. Thus, alternative methods will have to be engineered. Impact of black bookstores. Much of the impact bookstores have had on the local community has been inferential. More direct methods of inquiry could be obtained in a future project answering questions such as the following. What percentage of black educational programs continue to be supplied primarily by the black bookstores? What percentages of the community, teachers, intellectuals, artists, professionals, have been affected by black bookstore texts or the interaction occurring at black bookstores? What effect have bookstore texts had on prisoners? E. Role of distributors. The role of book distributors was not investigated in this project. Initial reports suggest that they have had a contradictory role, supplying the black community with information while simultaneously competing for markets with black bookstores and publishers. More research needs to be undertaken. F. Comparison to alternative sites of resistance. What of the role of bookshops in other marginalized communities? For example, Arroyo Books in East Los Angeles serves the Mexican American and Greater Latino community of Los Angeles, while Midnight Special has served the Marxist community as a site of resistance since the 1970s. Information on their historical legacy, and their relationship to black sites of resistance would be of significant interest. How did the macrostructural and microstructural characteristics compare across sites? Did networks exist between these various bookshops? Were similar tactics of repression experienced? Were alliances formed? G. Content analysis. The initial thematic analysis of the core texts making up the essential readings in black discursive framework shall be expanded to include a content analysis. These will be compared to a content analysis of the texts commonly referenced by the core text, such as the works of Gerald Macy, Albert Churchward, J.A. Rogers, etc. Postscript. Building common ground coalition sites. I have been asked to comment on the possibility of a multicultural feature. I must admit, I am not confident that Martin Luther King's dream world is likely to be realized or desired in the near future. The cold, hard reality is that those who dominate the institutions of knowledge intend on maintaining their positions of power. The academy, who will be followed by the government and business, are already in the process of dismantling their affirmative action programs. Moreover, as the effects of capitalism continue to be felt, though not realized, by displaced and unemployed white men and women, they have begun to violently reassert their constructed position of racial supremacy, desperately grasping to their last pathetic vestiges of power. It therefore remains as no surprise that white supremacist militia groups are resurrecting across the United States and Europe, with unemployed white men and women flocking to their ranks on a daily basis. Meanwhile, marginalized communities grow farther and farther apart. As the struggle for power, knowledge, tremors into and beyond the 21st century, What will be the role of sites of resistance such as black bookstores? If history is to be our guide, then I suggest that the producers of black counter-hegemonic discourse will become even more central in the upcoming battle against white supremacist discourse. This is because the majority of these institutions have had direct and indirect networks of information. These alternative bases of power are what we unequivocally control, and it is these that must be utilized in order to continue to represent black identity and the repowering of black communities in general. However, it will be recalled that the networks between black bookstores and the community remain informal for the most part. Moreover, with the threat of affirmative action cuts in centers of higher education, some of their formal institutional networks may be in jeopardy as well. Thus, in order to prepare for the resurgence in the battle to define black identity, formal networks between Pan-African sites of resistance and alternative black sites of resistance need to be established. Secondly, the call for alliance with other cultural sites of resistance must be made. As in the case of England, the survival of many black bookstores during the 1970s was accomplished by an alliance among the black bookstores. However, the alliance was also joined by radical Asian, womanist, and leftist bookshops, presses, and publishers acting as sites of resistance in their respective communities. Similarly, in the U.S., the anti-war student movement was composed of radical left groups such as SDS, the Free Speech Movement, the Civil Rights Movement, and the Black Panthers. Recently, when Aquarian Books perished in flames during the LA Rebellion, feminists, Latino, black, and radical white bookstores came together to donate funds for its rebuilding. While the call for a coalition of sites of resistance across marginalized communities is easy to make, it is hard situation to bring about. It takes work, as Giroux, West, Hooks, and Gilroy all suggest. Part of this responsibility of this work lies in the hands of us, the cultural workers, the insurgent black, brown, and radical white intellectuals, both those with and without PhDs. Second, previous coalitions happened after the damage had been done. We must act prior to the fact. The preliminary work of building coalition will necessarily be done in our separate home places, the bookshop, the academy, the community center. As sites of resistance, these are our repowering stations. Within these sites, we must represent to ourselves not only our identity, but that of other oppressed groups. However, as Bell Hooks suggests, we must eventually leave these wombs and get to the work of building a we with other marginalized groups. We must set up safe places and build coalition sites of resistance. The information, the knowledge, the memories, the fears of each marginalized must be exchanged here in order to learn and thus strengthen each community. A concrete example already exists in the form of England's International Black and Third World Book Fair. We must utilize, reproduce, and extend such institutions. If not, present sites of resistance risk continuing dislocation, atomization, the desired effect of a divide-and-conquer strategy. Our great histories, our victories, our defeats, all must be shared openly with our brothers and sisters in struggle. As the multi-edged swords of domination increasingly designates, separates, and subordinates each of our communities, we must continue to do the work of refortifying our bases of power, our wellspring of information, our sites of resistance. But, as history has taught us, we must go further. For the protection, healing, and strengthening of all of our separate communities to take place, we must be prepared to candidly break bread with our brothers and sisters of the margins in order to effectively do the work of building coalition sites of resistance.
End notes. 1. The social constructivist school of thought spans paradigms such as the sociology of knowledge, critical theory, ethno-methodology, social problems theory, symbolic interactionism, and cultural studies. 2. Unfortunately, not much work has been done on racial identity in the field. Questions about the meaning of racial symbols and how social objects acquire racial meanings are rare. Indeed, the answers to such questions must be dealt with by implication. For example, drawing from Lindsay and Aronson's work, 1985, we could expect the following scenario. When appropriate cues are available during the interaction process, such as skin color and/or behavior, cultural definitions are used to guide the observer towards understanding the salient features of events. However, in novel situations, elaborate definitions of race may be constructed self-consciously by the interactants. Moreover, whether preconceived cultural definitions are available or new definitions of race are constructed, people could revise or reconstruct racial definitions during the interaction process. Given the above, it follows that symbolic interactionists assume that definitions of the situation are not totally determined beforehand. As such, while racial definitions could be related to preconceived or novel cultural categories, they would always be tentative, contingent, indeed negotiable, via the interactive experience. Lindsay and Aronson describe this interactive dialectic process. A dialectic occurs in which putative definitions permit interaction to begin, reactions from others to the definitions implicit in one's actions serve to validate or invalidate these definitions wholly or in part, and revised definitions become the basis for additional interaction. Lindsay and Aronson, 1985. 3. Much debate revolves around the choice between construction or constitution of reality. The difference is that construction has a rigid connotation, suggesting that once a social entity is produced, it remains fixed, indeed static. Alternatively, the word constitution implies that the produced entity is fluid and dynamic, capable of transformation. 4. But if we agree that all things in history, like history itself, are made by men, then we will appreciate how possible it is for many objects or places or times to be assigned roles and given meanings that acquire objective validity only after the assignments are made. Said, 1978. 5. A discursive framework formation is a systematic dispersion of statements which guides the discourse produced. Foucault, 1972. 6. There is nothing mysterious or natural about authority. It is formed, irradiated, disseminated. It is instrumental. It is persuasive. It has status. It establishes
canons of taste and value, it is virtually indistinguishable from certain ideas it dignifies as true, and from traditions, perceptions, and judgments it forms, transmits, reproduces. Said, 1978. 7. To have such a knowledge of things is to dominate it, to have authority over it. And authority means for us to deny autonomy to it, the Oriental country, since we know it, and it exists, in a sense, as we know it. Said, 1978. 8. The subject of such knowledge is inherently vulnerable to scrutiny. This object is a fact which, if it develops, changes, or otherwise transforms itself in the way that civilizations frequently do, nevertheless is fundamentally, even ontologically, stable. Said, 1978. 9. Indeed, one need look no farther back in history than summer 1994, when a black church in South Central Los Angeles, First African Methodist Episcopal, was targeted for bombing and its leaders targeted for assassination by white racist organizations. Los Angeles Times, 1993. 10. In terms of these political aspects, free black activists felt that it was necessary to control and produce their own print media for the following reasons. 1. Whites had spoken for blacks long enough, and it was time to stop the misrepresentations in things which concern us. 2. White racism denied them avenues of self-expression in the mainstream white media. And 3. Channels of written communication between black leaders and other blacks needed to be established. Joyce, 1983. The black community's response was very positive. In fact, the establishment of black press organizations, such as Freedmen's Journal in 1827, was so well received by the black community that circulations reached as far as Canada and England and spurred the nationwide growth of many other black newspapers across the country. Joyce, 1983. 11. An executive at the book division of the Johnson Publishing Company recalls that when they announced the founding of this division, they received avalanches of letters from students, teachers, librarians, and from individuals wanting information that was not available in books at the time. Joyce, 1983. 12. In 1967, Third World Press, an independent black publishing institution, was founded to publish adult and children's books that provided in-depth reflections of ourselves by ourselves. In 1970, black cultural organizations such as Dr. Ben Yakonen's Al-Kebulan Books, Association of the Al-Kebulan Foundation, began a publishing program to propagandize information on African and African American matters from an African perspective. In 1973, civil rights organizations such as the National Urban League published actively during this period, publishing such titles as The Power of the Ballot, a handbook for black political participation. In 1973, Sapphire Publishing Company was founded by a group of black feminist professional women committed to the publication of works which reflect those aspects of life and history having particular relevance for the black woman. Joyce, 1983. In 1974, black universities such as Howard University established publishing programs with separate administrative units, staff, and budget in order that black scholars could gain a chance to speak for ourselves,
To tell something about ourselves. Joyce, 1983. While the above three periods have witnessed the most heightened surge in black book publishing, black publishing is still occurring, albeit under different circumstances. Recently, Joyce states that changing structural factors had negative impacts on black publishing. An inflationary economy lasted throughout the late 1970s and early 80s. Government funding for book-related educational and cultural programs was cut severely. Blacks experienced a high unemployment rate, interest rates were exorbitant, and white Americans, neoconservatives, attitudes buttressed by the Reagan administration policies readily swept across the country. Joyce, 1983. Though these negative factors forced some black publishing programs to fold, some did manage to survive, possibly because of changing objectives. Joyce, 1983. For example, publishers have expanded their publishing objectives, including titles that are specific to the African or African American experience, along with more mainstream titles. Other very active firms, such as Third Press, stuck to the traditional political objectives despite the negative factors. Indeed, throughout the hard times, Third Press advocated that black authors stay committed to black publishing so that blacks could assume responsibility for our own culture, and set up 12. In 1967, Third World Press, an independent black publishing institution, was founded to publish adult and children's books that provided in-depth reflections of ourselves by ourselves. In 1970, black cultural organizations such as Dr. Ben Yakonen's Al-Kebulan Books, Association of the Al-Kebulan Foundation, began a publishing program to propagandize information on African and African American matters from an African perspective. In 1973, civil rights organizations such as the National Urban League published actively during this period, publishing such titles as The Power of the Ballot, a handbook for black political participation. In 1973, Sapphire Publishing Company was founded by a group of black feminists, professional women committed to the publication of works which reflect those aspects of life and history having particular relevance for the black woman. In 1974, black universities such as Howard University established publishing programs with separate administrative units, staff, and budget in order that black scholars could gain a chance to speak for ourselves, to tell something about ourselves. Joyce, 1983. While the above three periods have witnessed the most heightened surge in black book publishing, black publishing is still occurring, albeit under different circumstances. Recently, Joyce states that changing structural factors had negative impacts on black publishing. An inflationary economy lasted throughout the late 1970s and early 80s. Government funding for book-related educational and cultural programs was cut severely. Blacks experienced a high unemployment rate, interest rates were exorbitant, and white Americans' neoconservative attitudes, buttressed by the Reagan administration policies, readily swept across the country. Though these negative factors forced some black publishing programs to fold, some did manage to survive, possibly because of changing objectives. For example, publishers have expanded their publishing objectives, including titles that are specific to the African or African American experience, along with more mainstream titles. Other very active firms, such as Third Press, stuck to the traditional political objectives despite the negative factors. Indeed, throughout the hard times, Third Press advocated that black authors stay committed to black publishing so that blacks could assume responsibility for our own culture. And set up our own institutions. Joyce, 1983. One successful strategy for realizing these traditional objectives has been for black publishers to internalize their market to include Africa and other parts of the African diaspora. This was an important step for black publishers because it was seen as a way for black publishing programs to command resources to make publishing profitable. Joyce, 1983. 13. Black identity or identities. Black struggle or struggles. In review of Joyce, we reference the unifying dimension of black bookstores. Indeed, it is their common set of core materials and the circulation of that material between bookstores that are presumed to be the material basis for the production of a common representation of black identity. However, while the bookstores and core members may share certain identity dimensions, this does not imply that divisions and discrepancies will not exist. Admittedly, the very notion of the black struggle presumes the notion of one black diasporic identity. However, this presupposition is a point of contention even within the black diaspora community. The nature of this contention and how this is reflected in the black bookstore activities are the final issues to which we will now turn. In delineating the African diaspora, Hamilton suggests that the African diaspora can be conceptualized as a global social grouping whose actors and subpopulations share a dynamic historical patterning of particular social relationships and experiences. Moreover, this historical patterning is conditioned by and within the world ordering system. Social oppression, the relations of domination and subordination have been felt by black men and women throughout the diaspora. However, Pan-African activists and scholars alike believe that coupled with social oppression, African communities across the diaspora have been constituted by endurance, resistance, and struggle, in other words, cultural and political action. Given these dual notions of subpopulations and unifying experiences, the overriding question remains: who are the oppressors? The them part of the us versus them equation of identity is critical for all social groupings attempting to demarcate their collective identity, the history of their collective experience. So, too, in the black community, especially among black intellectuals and activists. Most agree that white supremacy is a fundamental component in terms of historically attempting to exercise domination over the black diaspora community. However, whether or not it is of singular importance is still a subject of much heated debate within black communities. This issue has led to certain divisions within the black community, which I delineate below. The general parameter of these divisions can be grouped as follows: the black nationalist, Afrocentric race camp targeting European race and their culture of white supremacy, the black Marxist targeting European capitalism and racism, and the black feminists pitted against patriarchy, racism, and European capitalism. Contemporary black nationalists tend to follow the view of Pan-Africanism articulated by Ben Yakunan, 1988, M.K. Asante, 1990 and 1980, and Van Sertima, 1976. These authors, particularly known as the Afrocentrics, view Europeans, European culture, and the so-called European scholarship as being the primary
historical antagonist against the black race. Positioned more or less in opposition to the Afrocentrics framework are the black Marxists. Indeed, within the Pan-African movements of the past have been Marxists of varying descriptions, such as George Padmore, C.L.R. James, Richard Wright, Clive Thomas, Oliver Cox, Manning Marable. These Pan-Africanists see the radical struggle as historically related, if not subsidiary and subsequent to, the advent of European capitalism and European imperialism. Given these positions, Pan-Africanism and Pan-African collective identity is therefore a single historical identity which is in opposition to the systematic privations of racial capitalism. Standing linked, yet in their own dimension of Pan-Africanism, are the black feminists. The main architects of this school of thought are Davis, Steady, Hamilton, Hooks, and Collins. As is the case of the Afrocentrics, black feminists see black women across the diaspora as constituted by their common African heritage. Moreover, as with black Marxists, black feminists see the experience of black women as constituted by economic exploitation and marginalization manifested historically through slavery, colonialism, and neo-colonialism. However, black feminists emphasize the fundamental singularity of the black woman's experience as woman to be an irreducible factor that is essential to any discussion of the black diaspora. The situation of the black woman is a battle against the triple bond of oppression: race, class, and gender. Finally, sharing the experience of race and class oppression with their black men leads black feminists to reject separatist, anti-male attitudes common to bourgeois white feminism and turn instead to practice a partnership with black men. Steady, 1985. Given the above discussion, it seems reasonable to assume that black bookstores are A, storehouses of texts reflecting one or more of the above positions, and B, gathering places and forums for people who subscribe to one or more of the above positions. I assume that the following will be apparent in the daily bookstore interactions. 1. An agreement on race as a principal organizing factor in the black struggle. 2. Division and debate over the importance of class and gender. 3. Power struggles may occur over the store's presentation of the above positions or lack thereof. 4. These power struggles may lead to the production of A. Alternative sites of resistance external to the store, B. Many sites of resistance within the stores, and C. Thematic differences in the material and clientele of different stores. 14. Interestingly enough, while Joyce notes that the second surge in publishing activity during late 19th and early 20th century, he fails to note that this was also the same time as Blyden's and Garvey's Back to Africa movement and the Negritude movement. I use the term hypotheses dimensions as opposed to the standard hypotheses or hypotheses set in order to accentuate the generality and overlapping nature of the propositions. This is needed at this stage of the research to allow for flexibility of perspective. The term hypotheses or hypothesis seems to connote a greater refinement or specificity of relationship. During the later verification stages of the research, when the developing theory becomes more crystallized, certain specific relationships will be singled out and tested as outlined below in the methods section, and the term hypotheses will be employed at these later stages to reflect accordance with the more traditional usage. 16. Zoll's political economic work on the YMCA is an example of how employing a flexible orienting framework can yield productive results. 17. The reciprocity between the two levels should be witnessed as the impact of the structured routines, texts, and other store materials evident in the discourse as a major theme of organizing interaction and vice versa. 18. As with Eastland's study, the bookstore provides ideological benefits that were evident in the members' daily social interactions. It provided a sense of community, a sense of oneness and belonging for its members. It provided an alternative, temporary workspace, business center for the black community. At times, it challenged the white structure by providing a laboratory for Black Pan-African principles. 19. Definitions taken from Schatzman and Strauss, 1973, 60 through 20. Passive participation. The researcher will be present in a certain situation but observe passively. He does not enter into interaction with participants and avoids as much as possible obtruding himself into the event. Limited interaction. The researcher engages in minimal clarifying interaction. His interventions in the flow of interaction are confined mainly to seeking clarification and the meaning of ongoing events. Participant observation. The researcher is a full participant in ongoing activities while simultaneously his identity as a researcher is fully known. Eavesdropping. Overhearing conversations which are within earshot of the researcher in order to obtain actor-constructed information. Situational conversation. On-the-spot questioning used when unsolicited verbalizations as well as observations are confusing. 20. An overall three-step process will enable me to analyze the audio-visual material at two levels. 1. Preliminary inspection of the audio-video tape. 2. Transcription of the audio-video tape. And 3. Comparison of transcription and the audio-video tape. 21. I have also encountered similar terms with other authors. For example, Mercer describes the word community as a site of survival and empowerment when one conceptualizes communities embedded in systems of domination and resistance. 22. Hooks describes the black home place as a site of resistance as follows. It has been primarily the responsibility of black women to construct domestic households as spaces of care and nurturance in the face of domination. Historically, African American people believed that the construction of a home place, however fragile and tenuous, the slave hut, the wooden shack, had a radical political dimension. Despite the brutal reality of racial apartheid, of domination, one's home place was the one site where one could freely confront the issues of humanization, where one could resist. Black women resisted by making home places where all black people could strive to be subjects, not objects, where we could be affirmed in our minds and hearts despite poverty, hardship, and deprivation, where we could restore to ourselves the dignity denied us on the outside in the public world. The task of making home place was not simply a matter of black women providing service. It was about the construction of a safe place where black people could affirm one another, and by doing so, heal many of the wounds inflicted by racist domination. Hooks, 1990. 23. To reiterate, the macro and micro levels of the racial order are only analytically distinct. However, in practice, the racial order is continually reinforced and organized by continuity and reciprocity. Of these two levels of social life, in our lived experience, in politics, in culture, in economic life. Omni and Winant, 1986. 24. C.O.W.S. in Emerson, 1987, similarly suggests the following links between the macro and micro level. 1. Macro level, an institutionalized framing of activities or ways that group-derived prescriptive norms pressure and or channel people with designated titles, presumed competencies, duties and responsibilities into certain physical spaces at certain times in order to engage in a finite number of specifiable activities. 2. Micro level. Within this institutionalized framing of activities, daily interpersonal interactions which occur between staff and customers of the store are locally organized and negotiated interactions, conversations, spatial alignments among people, and nonverbal dialogue. 25. While in Jamaica, I had a formal association with the University of the West Indies in Mona, Jamaica, at the Institute of Caribbean Studies as a visiting research scholar. I also intend to observe routine, special and unplanned events. Information on unplanned emergency events, store boycotts, demonstrations, etc., will also be sampled either by direct observation or by interviewing a variety of informants. The importance of the event will be determined later in relation to the developing theory. 27. Numerical inadequacy is not a problem since there will be undoubtedly an overlap or intersection of these dimensions at all times. Indeed, a sampling interaction of some sort will take place. When a researcher samples persons, encounters with them will occur at a given time or over a span of time at a place in and around certain events. Even small samples of each dimension yield considerable mileage in others. Schatzman and Strauss. 28. Theoretical concepts. Pan-African sites of resistance. A. Institutional sites of resistance. I first encountered the term site of resistance when I read the title of one of Bell Hook's chapters, Home Place, a Site of Resistance. She uses it repeatedly in other chapters and other works. She discusses the black family home place as a specific site of resistance and gives suggestions as to what a site of resistance could be. Unfortunately, Hooks neither spells out in detail the conceptual criteria for a site of resistance, nor does she say where she got the term from. I suspect Gramsci. Alternatively, Omni and Winant do theorize the conceptual criteria for sites, series of sites, and its resistance aspects. However, they do not use the term sites of resistance per se. Given this, I will employ the terminology Hooks utilizes, sites of resistance, since it seems to capture themes of resistance which resonate from Omni and Winant's description of institutional sites. However, I will operationalize sites of resistance in terms of Omni and Winant's criteria, since Hooks' specific examples of sites of resistance, such as the black home place, black gazes, the safe place, would, as we shall see below, be subsumed by Omni and Winant's theory, to which we turn now. Following omni and winant, our notion of site will be as follows. A site is a region of social life with a coherent set of constitutive social relations, the structure of distinct set of rules of the game for participation in practices. Bowles and Gintis, 1983, 17 in Omni and Winant, 1986. Given the above, a racial site would be a site dependent upon race as the organizing principles or rules of the game. Moreover, a Pan-African or black site of resistance would be a site in which black identity serves as the organizing principle. These sites should be characterized by 3 integrated levels. 1. At the macro level, social structure is conceptualized as a collectivity. More concretely, they suggest investigating an aggregate or series of sites in which race is a principal organizing factor. 2. At the micro level, interactions should exist among members concerning the formation of racial identity. Thus, within sites, race is also a matter of individuality, of the formation of identity. The way in which we understand ourselves, interact with others, the structure of our practical activity are all shaped by racial meanings and racial awareness. Omni and Winant, 1986. 3. The level of political struggle which permeates the other 2 levels must be considered. Indeed, the process of racial formation and pointed to the political contestation over racial meanings as the main dynamic in this process. Individuals, groups, institutions, and movements are moved, in our view, by the efforts of intellectuals to make new interpretations of racial meaning, to understand the meaning of race and racial identity in new ways. Once reinterpreted, rearticulated, racial meanings are disrupted and space for political contestation is open. Omni and Winant, 1986. Hooks and Mercer concretely specify this process of rearticulation by which marginalized subjects resist the dominant group's construction of their identity as the production of counter-hegemonic discourse. Given the above, in this study, Pan-African sites of resistance will be those sites of resistance engaged in the production of counter-hegemonic discourse on black identity. Within the site, the members attempt to represent black or Pan-African identity provides the rules of the game, the structuring and ordering of normal site functions and interactions. B. Movement centers and halfway houses. In his classic work, Origins of the Civil Rights Movement, Morris utilizes concepts similar to sites of resistance, movement centers and movement halfway houses. While Morris's concepts are related to Omni and Winant's in some ways, Morris's concepts differ in others. Morris states that movement centers are defined by the following characteristics. A local movement center is a social organization within the community of a subordinate group which mobilizes, organizes, and coordinates collective action aimed at attaining the common ends of that subordinate group. A movement center exists in a subordinate community when that community has developed an interrelated set of protest leaders, organizations, and followers who collectively define the common ends of the group, devise necessary tactics and strategies along with training for their implementation, and engage in actions designed to attain the goals of the group. Morris, 1984. Given this definition, From a practical standpoint, movement centers could be subsumed by Omni and Winant's definition of a site of resistance. Movement centers would, therefore, be a specific example of a site of resistance. Indeed, in terms of Omni and Winant's notion, race provides the organizing principle, and movement centers were comprised mainly of leaders from the Southern black community. Moreover, the racial struggle occurring during the Civil Rights Movement necessarily set the stage for the movement center meetings. However, movement centers differ analytically, since Morris doesn't qualify them as being necessarily constituted by race. Indeed, given Morris's definition, a movement center could be any subordinate group, such as working class groups. The other specifics of Morris's definition, interrelated, set of protest leaders, collective definition of goals, further qualifies their concept as falling under Omni and Winant's more general notion. Morris's notion of a movement halfway house relates in a similar fashion. It is defined as follows. A movement halfway house is an established group organization that is only partially integrated into the larger society because its participants are actively involved in efforts to bring about a desired change in society. What is distinctive about movement halfway houses is their relative isolation from the larger society and the absence of a mass base. Halfway houses develop a battery of social change resources. What they lack is broad support and a visible platform. Morris, 1984. Thus defined, halfway houses overlap with sites of resistance in that they are both organized via political struggle, in other words, involved in efforts to bring about a desired change in society. Morris, 1984. However, Omni and Winant's notion does not include the specific features Morris uses to define halfway houses. The site must be isolated from society, no mass following, including a battery of social change resources, lack broad support, and have a visible platform. These could, however, be aspects of a particular site of resistance. Thus, Omni and Winant's notion, again, encompasses Morris's. However, as with movement centers, halfway houses are not necessarily constituted by race analytically. Moreover, in practical terms, they invert Omni and Winant's concepts. Halfway houses were not constituted by blacks, the subordinate group in the Civil Rights Movement. Indeed, the staff of the halfway houses were predominantly white. The dominant group, according to Omni and Winant's theory. C. Pan-African Bookstores. As stated, Omni and Winant's notion of a site, while allowing flexibility, could be considered a bit too general. The authors admit that their notion needs further theorization. Indeed, Omni and Winant's notion of a site of resistance could range anywhere from 3 young black men who meet regularly on a street corner and discuss identity to the territories occupied by the internationally based All-African Revolutionary Party. Given this large level of generality, I intend to narrow the definition for this study. Following cues from Morris's study, I will concentrate on sites which are A. established institutions and B. occupy a physical space. These additional qualifiers should also enhance Omni and Winant's notion of regularity and bring to the notion of a site the spatial dimension such as territory. I have chosen Pan-African bookstores because of their absence in the literature and because they fit Omni and Winant's general notion of sites of resistance as well as these qualifications. In terms of the above, a bookstore, which is a Pan-African site of resistance, would be designated by the following four aspects. 1. A bookstore in which Black identity functions as the rules of the game, providing a normative framework that guides the regularized bookstore activity, the physical space, location, and description of the store, the stocking, distribution, buying, selling of counter-hegemonic books and materials about Black life, standardized work procedures, followed by workers and owners, in other words, time schedules, wages, assigned responsibilities, and duties. 2. At the micro level, we should witness Black identity constituting the daily actions and interactions which comprise the above standard business practices, conversations, nonverbal behavior, physical distances, etc. 3. The macro and micro levels should emerge in a reciprocal fashion, with the main dynamic being the political struggle to represent Black identity. The ongoing bookstore-related interactions should continuously recreate the overall political structure. Reciprocally, the regularized, institutionalized political project should impinge on the day-to-day life of the organization, framing the daily bookstore interactions. 4. The bookstore occupies a physical space which is constituted by the above three characteristics. Research Site Sample. Gilroy advocates moving beyond the dogmatic focus, a national or nationalistic tradition commonly found in Euro-American cultural thought, by suggesting that such approaches lead to an ethnic absolutism which fails to incorporate the cultural exchanges and transformations occurring between Black communities, presently and historically. Alternatively, he suggests a transnational or diaspora conceptualization. Furthermore, within this transnational perspective, Gilroy suggests that we take the Atlantic as our unit of analysis. In this respect, we limit sample site selection to countries bordering the Atlantic and whose Black population has historic connections to the Atlantic triangular slave trade. Gilroy comments on the methodology or methodological importance of the Atlantic when investigating Black identity. The history of the Black Atlantic since then, 1492, continually crisscrossed by the movements of the Black people, not only as commodities, but engaged in various struggles toward emancipation, autonomy, and citizenship, is a means to re-examine the problem of nationality, location, identity, and historical memory. Gilroy, 1990. Given Gilroy's suggestion, bookstores are selected from Africa, Europe, the Caribbean, and the United States. 29. For example, in 1965, the West Indian Standing Conference documented police brutality in Brixton and surrounding areas in a report called Nigger Hunting in England. 30. In 1963, white parents in South Hall demand separate classes for their children because Black children who reportedly had language problems, low educability, and behavior problems were holding back the progress of their white children. 31. Before the actual CAM conference, LaRose and Huntley actually started selling books at a theater performance. In March of 1967, New Beacon sponsored a reading of Edward Braithwaite's poetry at the Janetta Cochran Theater. We decided to get hold of copies of Braithwaite's Rites of Passage, which had just been published by Oxford University Press so that it could be available to sell there. Huntley in Race Today, 1977. However, the main surge of black book selling came shortly after March 1967 with the CAM conference a few months later. 32. This paper exposes the fact that language and cultural differences resulted in black children from the West Indies and Africa being labeled educationally subnormal and were being tracked into schools for the learning disabled. 33. Defining the construct, Pan-African sites of resistance. Drawing from the works of Omni and Winant and Gramsci, I have developed a notion termed Pan-African site of resistance. They are defined as institutional sites engaged in production of counter-hegemonic discourse on the black identity. Within the site, the members attempt to represent black or Pan-African identity provides the rules of the game, structuring and ordering normal site functions and interactions. Moreover, within this space, intellectuals, activists, artists, and community members engage in a process of political contestation of racial meanings, and in reference to the dominant racist definitions disseminated by the dominant racist structure. It is this political contestation within the space which is the main dynamic in this process. Omni and Winant, 1986. Accordingly, for this project, the unit of analysis was Black Bookstores. 34. Other significant activities most likely linked to the store was Carter G. Woodson's Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, which published many volumes treating the issue of Africa. 35. In short, Murray's scientific work states that Asians are slightly higher intelligence than whites, who do better than blacks. His main conclusion is that while some of it may be to do with environmental factors, it seems improbable, though possible, that genes have no role whatsoever. London Times, 10/23/94, 12/11/94. Furthermore, Murray suggests that almost no policy implications about ethnic group differences should come from his book. Blacks, whites, and other ethnic groups should sit back and let nature take its course. What is needed is an energetic and uncompromising recommitment to individualism. The distribution of genetic traits in a population can change over time. It depends on which women in which group have how many babies at what ages. We should look ahead to a world where the glorious hodgepodge of inequalities of ethnic groups can not only be accepted but celebrated. London Times, 10/23/94. At base, Murray's comments hark back to the days of unfettered social Darwinism, survival of the fittest mixed with laissez-faire economics. As such, Murray's arguments, based on sloppy data analysis and admittedly racist journal sources, can be used by racists, conservative and liberal ones, to call for a return to virulent right-wing social policies. 36. Ferguson also elaborates on the policy implications. The trouble is that sooner or later, Murray, or some of his readers, will begin to worry. Someone will point out that, in fact, Americans with high IQ are not winning the battle for births, that it is the inferior race which is multiplying faster. Then will come the suggestion, as Murray has already hinted, to encourage birth control among underachievers on the grounds that the underclass is breeding more rapidly than affluent higher achievers. Then, of course, the history, the familiar history of 19th century racialism will repeat itself. 37. As such, the subordination, underdevelopment, and stagnation of black British youth continues as well to this day. Black children are outperforming pupils of all other races at the age of 5 in the most important skills of reading, writing, and arithmetic, new research reveals. The study of more than 6,000 5-year-olds shatters the age-old belief that Afro-Caribbean children are trapped by underachievement and low aspirations, almost from birth. Instead, the findings, the first to be published for students at such a young age, have raised fears that many black children are being failed by the system. By 16, Afro-Caribbeans are among the least successful ethnic group. Why are black kids still characterized in academics as well as in popular literature as underachievers when this evidence shows they are not? Troina, 1994. 38. Finally, as the national curriculum continues to be the rule of the land, the outlook for minority children is bleak. It is clear from the analysis of the national curriculum within the context of cultural and religious diversity that its nature, process, and the associated assessment system are inappropriate to the diverse ethnic makeup of British society. More than that, the combination of a prescribed common curriculum allied to universally applied testing procedures seems likely to further reduce the self-esteem of children from ethnic minority backgrounds and thus to depress their levels of educational achievement. Verna, 1992. 39. Despite the competition for authors and markets, the British publishers meet in London in an informal cartel to review and act jointly with regard to certain publishing developments in the region. 40. This contrasts markedly with what you find in major book chains. 41. One way to demonstrate the emphasis on making black identity visible is to notice how black identity remains invisible at other bookstores. Notes from a visit to a Christian bookstore across the street from Head Start Bookstore in Jamaica demonstrates the point effectively. Jamaica white Christian bookshops. There were many books about Christianity, also videotapes, biographies about devout Christians like Tom Landry, children's books, Christian music. The most striking thing I noticed was that predominance of white faces on the depictions of Jesus to Joseph, to the biographies, to the advertisement for Christians in general. 99% were white. No music was playing. This was made even more explicit given the fact that everyone in the store was black, including the staff. The only black faces I saw on the merchandise was, of course, on the gospel music section. 4/22/93. 42. The colors red, gold, black, and green also represent the struggle against white domination and were symbolic during the call for African liberation during the 1960s. Red is for the blood of slavery. Gold is for the gold stolen from Africans by white mine owners. Black is for the people of Africa, and green is for the physical, spiritual return to African land. 43. House Negroes refers to the social organization which occurred during slavery. House Negroes worked in the master's house and are assumed to have had more privileges than field slaves who worked in the fields. Moreover, house Negroes were assumed to be in alliance with the white masters, had adopted white culture, and were not to be trusted. Field Negroes were the ones assumed to be responsible for slave revolts and have held onto African traditions. Field Negroes were thus the symbol of African resistance and power. Furthermore, the works of black scholars, activists, artists are routinely critiqued if their material, albeit useful, are deemed not militant enough. 44. In another document, we see that pictures of Marcus Garvey and Paul Bogle are prominently displayed in the store. Bogle was the great Jamaican revolutionary who led the African Maroon Rebellion against the white Jamaican government. His famous quote was, "Cleave to the black." It is written on the drawing and refers to Bogle's call for the black rebels to ally along racial lines. Similarly, Marcus Garvey, Jamaica's most famous national hero and Pan-African organizer, is also presented prominently in the shop. Accordingly, Garvey's call for black self-reliance are written on his drawings. There must be no place at all for white people to participate in our society or in any of our endeavors. This is the true meaning of self-reliance. 45. Jamaica, delegitimating Hollywood Negroes. In Jamaica, some of the discussions pertain to the white mainstream's control. Because of this control, Hollywood would only allow passive Negro images of black identity to be shown. As the argument goes, rebellious images of black identity are invisible, hidden from black masses who will thus remain controlled. We also discussed movies. M.M. said, "It seems like The Spook Who Sat by the Door as a movie that won't be shown in Jamaica or sold at the video stores. This is because it speaks about killing white folks." U.S. criticizing the blacks representing themselves. In addition to critiquing the white mainstream's activities, much of the topics of debate concerned blacks colluding in their own oppression. Common was the criticizing of blacks who were unconscious, in other words, unable to see how they were participating in their own racist oppression. These would be blacks who were wearing clothing, hairstyles, making statements, or working for companies which were believed to be detrimental to black people or representing black identity in a negative white way. An example of this from Liberation's books in New York demonstrates the point. I overheard a conversation in which two black New York City firemen had come into the bookstore hoping to get the Sister Una to wear the fire department's promotional t-shirt. The primary aspect of the t-shirt was the word zoo. Considering that many of the people working at that department were black, Sister Una felt that the shirt was racist and that black firemen wearing such a shirt were colluding in their own oppression. Also, black intellectuals, artists, writers who work for white institutions and perpetuate racist notions of black identity are severely critiqued. Blacks working in Hollywood are constantly delegitimated. For example, a common topic is that strong, militant blacks are usually invisible in Hollywood. Moreover, when they are, they will be portrayed in a negative light, usually end up being destroyed by other black people, and usually integrate to the white mainstream in the end. The case of Spike Lee's Malcolm X, the movie, was frequently criticized in this manner. As such, the fact that Spike Lee's works within the limitations set by white Hollywood are seen as the cause of such negative representation. D.G. and Earl were telling me about the problems with themes of Spike's movie, Malcolm X. They said that the main thing people will remember about the movie is that black people were killing each other and that Malcolm X was an integrationist in the end. Earl suggested that Spike wasn't the right man for the job of making a movie on Malcolm. He should have made a fictional character instead of selling out. The discussion then turned to the fact that this will always happen if you work for the white man's institution. JA 4493. U.S. blacks should control black products. Another theme commonly found in the U.S. was one which criticized the co-optation and exploitation of black culture by white mainstream institutions. Specifically, white bookstores who attempt to sell literature about black identity are seen as parasites attempting to exploit black culture for their financial gain. This theme was again commonplace during the release of Spike Lee's movie Malcolm X. During this time, radical black literature, Black Panthers, which was never very popular with the white mainstream, reportedly experienced an increase in popularity as blackness was deemed the flavor of the month in terms of exotica. Excerpts from conversations at C.O.W.S. Books in the U.S. demonstrates the point. July 13, 1992. D.A. Have you been to the bookstore on Sunset? Have lots of black books now, Panther stuff. K.M. Nigger books are hot. Ain't that right, D.V.? D.V. Yeah. K.M. So exotic. D.A. The sign says, read it before the movie comes out. K.M. Popular, being a nigger. 46. Of note is the fact that reading the books is not a prerequisite for experiencing these initial feelings. Similar reactions were experienced by those upon their first exposure to the other black counter-hegemonic materials which framed the store. One example I witnessed was at Timbuktu Bookshop in Brixton, England. A black temporary secretary had been assigned to work in the bookshop. She reports that her only motivation for working at the store was that the temp agency she worked for had assigned her to the shop and she needed to make money. She also reported that she had not previously been exposed to books on black experience except from the occasional references made to them by her brother. She explains how things changed for her from the first day working at the bookstore. I asked her how the job was going. She said it was a great experience. She said that she was excited about all the material on black people existed and that she didn't know about it. She said her brother had read a lot of black books, but she never had the time to read any of them. Just being in the office and working there had really been significant for her, and she would definitely make time to read the books now. She particularly was interested in the works on Mary Seacole and pointed to the picture of her on the wall as a reference. Timbuktu, 1994. 47. Center as Community Information Center. Cheryl gave me a highly detailed list of fun black places to go to. Places ranged from black wine bars to pubs to clubs to theaters, etc. Places were in the Brixton and Peckham area. 48. Muta. Ours big wooden booth also has a few things on it. A wooden mask carving, also advertisements, a poster for the Reggae Film Festival, a flyer of the upcoming Abyssinian concert at UWW, also hangings on her boot, a pamphlet about healthy Jamaican lifestyles. 3/15/93. 49. The unique features of Camara booksellers in England is that they could not afford to rent the office space for a bookstore. As such, they decided to bring the bookstore to people's houses. Therein, a Camara contact agrees to offer their house for the evening. The contact invites their local neighbors and relations to Camara and review the books they have for sale. 3/26/94. 50. One of the founding members of Mutabaruka's books About Us and Food for Life complexes on the board of directors at the Institute. Additionally, many of the professors from the University of the West Indies will use bookstore texts in their classes. Muta's background as a poet, musician, allows him to regularly speak at the Institution for Caribbean Studies at the University of the West Indies. His background in music give him additional institutional links as well. For instance, he has many connections with the Jamaican Cultural and Performing Arts Center, and he draws clientele from his concert travels across the Caribbean, Brazil, Canada, Africa, and Europe. 51. First, the bookstore has supplied texts for the professors of Black Studies classes at California State, Los Angeles, Santa Monica College, UCLA, and other colleges and universities in the Los Angeles area. Second, SO1 also has media links with Los Angeles' oldest black radio station, KJLH. It is the sponsor of a community forum program, The Front Page, a call-in talk show that focuses on issues affecting the black community. 52. As soon as I walked into the school, I saw the SO1 stall. They had lots of children's books on the right, the standard Afrocentric materials, some new title listings, and other various books. Across from his booth was a lady selling incense and perfumes. Inside the auditorium were about 30 people spread out around the auditorium. Some brothers in their early 20s were to my right. Some women in their 20s and 30s were to my left. Some middle-aged folks were down in front by the stage, and over to the left side of the auditorium were folks of various ages. I saw at most 5 young kids in the area, maybe 6 or 7 teens. On stage were people who were part of a panel of some sort. There were 2 PhDs and 1 young brother who was presently speaking. The brother speaking about his time in a gang and in jail, and about the plight of black gang members in jail. He was talking about how the jail is filled with blacks and that it was whites trying to round up black kids in the ghetto. It is important to note that the interaction at the lecture series held at the bookstore is also present at these conferences. Below, we see again a production of counter-hegemony in the form of a critique of mainstream black political organizations by community members and panelists alike. The other interesting discussion came after a question from a man in the audience. He said that he goes to a lot of these talks in hopes of finding an organization he can work with, but so far he was unsuccessful. He was dissatisfied with what was out there, was looking for direction, and wanted to know if the panelists had any solutions. One panelist suggested that maybe he shouldn't be looking for an organization, but accept the fact that his style is as a loner activist, unattached. Another passionately suggested that it was time to tell it like it is and call these organizations out if they are not doing good jobs, posing as a pseudo-black organization. The speaker acknowledged that he was an extremist, but that these times dictate extreme solutions. 53. What we librarians do is we tell the students to go, and the students say they do go, and that's as far as we know. The students ask us for some material. If we don't have it, or if they're interested in that type of material, we refer them to the bookshop. 54. The wall to the right was filled with folders of the center's projects. The projects ranged from theses to class papers to transcripts of oral histories to photographic documentaries to lecture tapes and transcripts. 55. England Bookstore Research Center, New Beacon, Padmore. New Beacon Books has improved on the limitations of the BCA and Timbuktu relationship by establishing their own research institute. The George Padmore Institute is also physically attached to the bookstore, but is owned and operated by the New Beacon Funding Board, the New Beacon Educational Trust, a charity organization. New Beacon thus has total control of its stock, funding, expansions, and contractions, etc. The aims and objectives of the trust are presented below. The immediate purpose of the New Beacon Educational Trust is to set up the George Padmore Institute in North London. The institute will cater to the organization of 1. Libraries, educational resources, and research centers that will allow the materials in its care to be available for use to interested individuals and groups. 2. Conferences, seminars, talks, classes, readings, educational and cultural activities. 3. Publication of relevant materials. Thus, we can see that the GPI is similar to the objectives of the BCA. However, it is limited in the amount of stock and the range of information, obviously due to its limited, albeit independent, funding. Materials in the collection surround the political, history, and involvement of New Beacon staff. New Beacon Books, the Caribbean Artists Movement, the Caribbean Education and Community Workers Association, the Black Parents Movement, London and Manchester, the Alliance of the Black Parents Movement, Black Youth Movement, and Race Today Collective, the George Padmore Community School, the New Cross Massacre Action Committee, the New Cross Fire Fund, George Padmore Institute, New Beacon pamphlet. 56. The Black Book Fair came into being in 1981. Bogle Louverture, New Beacon, and Race Today came together again and organized the first book fair based on their experience with the Bogle Louverture's 10-year anniversary. This was called the Cultural Extravaganza and took the form of demonstration marches beginning at the Bogle Bookshop, proceeding through the heart of London and the surrounding black communities, and culminating in a day of readings, discussions, and food bazaar held at the Commonwealth Institute in central London. Huntley speaks about the topics discussed at the Cultural Extravaganza. We spoke about Rastafarianism, we spoke about art, religions, social issues, police, all those things, by going to the various areas and organizing those events. 3/28/94, Huntley. Huntley and Race Today have since withdrawn from the organizing committee, and LaRose its sole director to this day. 57. Moreover, the national curriculum has no books on white racism and the positive aspects of the black family. Verma's work adds further support to these claims. She reports on the monocultural emphasis her study found in the national curriculum and its testing system at all levels of education. There is as yet no formal mechanism for cross-cultural permeation of subjects with multicultural, anti-racist, or pluralist orientations. So far, reports from various subject working parties confirm our analysis that very little, if any, account has been taken of ethnic and cultural diversity and the importance of the national curriculum in promoting equal opportunity for pupils regardless of their backgrounds. A recent report published by Wallen and Dowd shows that Asian and West Indian authors are largely ignored by A-level exam boards when they select writers for English syllabuses. The geography curriculum heavily concentrates on Britain and ignores the rest of the world. The new history curriculum starts with 5 to 7-year-olds, but there is no mention of historical personalities outside Britain. The history syllabus is designed to proclaim the glory of Britain and ignores the great non-Western civilizations. Verma, 1992. 58. Black bookstores that were government-funded included 2 bookstores which were government prop-ups. These were Blade Stock and Meridian. 59. Moreover, they had raised enough funds to purchase the Bogle stock after Bogle Books underwent liquidation, in order that Bogle could continue to exist, at least as a press. 60. Of note is the fact that England's Black Book Fair has also remained independently organized and funded, as opposed to the U.S. Black Booksellers meeting, which A is a subset of the parent ABA and B relies largely on the funds and spatial allocation of the ABA. England's Black Book Fair relies solely on the international black activist community. It, the book fair, never asked or received any grants or funding. It is the contribution by the organizers, participants, and helpers over the years that has established the book fair as the important, independent, cultural, social, and political institution that it has become. 10. Book Fair Brochure, 1992. 61. Home Place, a site of safety and healing. While the above themes were also commonly reported in the historical section, other dimensions were not illuminated extensively in this project, one of which was the bookstore as a home place. Herein, I provide an initial analysis. As a home place, the bookstore also provides a sense of security for staff and regular patrons. Indeed, it is a safe place, wherein the production of black counter-hegemonic discourse can proceed without the threat of sanctions from white society. This can be demonstrated by observing what happens in Jamaica when bookshop members produce such discourse in forums outside the bookshop. At a local government-sponsored institution, we see how the silencing practices of the Institute of Jamaica and university work. As they are not monoliths, different factions within these mainstream institutions will be more acceptable of the bookstore members, sometimes allowing them to express their black counter-hegemonic voice. However, whenever necessary, mainstream forces exert their power, dictating what can and cannot be said. ADY also said that AF and them had a fallout with a woman who was directing a forum at the Institute of Jamaica. She said that AF and the Brethren started bashing whites and black academics who associated with whites. The moderate told them that they had their own forum where they could raise their issues, but that this wouldn't be allowed in hers. She also said that a similar incident had happened at the university, in which some professors suggested that whites could be African too. 4-5-93 Mutabaruka. Finally, because of the ongoing occurrence of racist abuse, physical and mental, the bookstore as home place serves as healing site. Therein people can vent, find an ear that will listen or gather advice on how to deal with the everyday wounds inflicted upon them by racism. I asked her if she thought they came to the store to heal from the scars of racism. She said, it's hard to separate mental healing from everyday living. When they get stopped by the police, locally in this area, people do come in to let off steam. People come in, it makes them feel comfortable, because we are recognizably black. 62. Zald's political economic work on the YMCA is an example of how employing a flexible orienting framework can yield productive results. 63. Morris's notion of a movement halfway house relates to sites of resistance in a similar fashion. It is defined as follows. A movement halfway house is an established group, organization that is only partially integrated into the large society because its participants are actively involved in efforts to bring about a desired change in society. What is distinctive about movement halfway houses is their relative isolation from the larger society and the absence of a mass base. Halfway houses develop a battery of social change resources. What they lack is broad support and a visible platform. Morris, 1984. Thus defined, halfway houses overlap with sites of resistance in that they are both organized via political struggle. In other words, involved in efforts to bring about a desired change in society. Morris, 1984. However, Omni and Winant's notion does not include the specific features Morris uses to define halfway houses. The site can be isolated from society, no mass following, include a battery of social change resources, lack broad support, and have a visible platform. These could, however, be aspects of a particular site of resistance. Thus, Omni and Winant's notion, again, encompasses Morris's.
OMGs. 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 That right there, I remember, woo, way back when, young lad called in. He said, let's give Dr. Beckles his props. This is a book. Respectfully, no, it is not. We have read a lot of books here at the Katherine Massey Book Club, and we've talked to a lot of authors. I'm not aware of a book, and I have read many dissertations, okay? We've had a number of authors on to talk about their dissertations as well. The beginning of 2024, the dissertation, The Politics of White Violence. Great one, but that's a dissertation. It did not have like 5 dozen end notes that are even kind of difficult to even try and go back and match this to where this was in the text. That is just not done in a book. You might have, as I said, little footnotes within the body of the text generally, so it's easy to match, you know, where this is, and or there may be a few end notes at the end. Even I'd say generally, no, not for books. That is real, like, dissertation type thing. Wow. Katherine Massey Book Club, Context of White Supremacy, and kudos to our narrator. Read the whole thing. Even if I was even, as we were going along, I was thinking like, man, if I had been narrating, would I have included all the end notes? I'm not sure, because like I highlighted there was constructive information there, but just it's so peculiar, you know. Just most of the books and such that I read, you don't have a big chunk of end notes like that once you've actually finished the body of the text. But either way, all done. I contemplated, do we like just do our normal shorter second audio segment and then come back next week and finish out the end notes? And I said, that is goofy. Like, what? That's just goofy. Like, we finished the whole book and we're just going to come back next week and do like 30 minutes of end notes? That's, yeah, I couldn't make that make sense in my brain computer, and especially since I already have the next book picked. It was like, we can be done today, new book, and moving on. And plus, you can have all the end notes there with the text, respect the narrator to keep it all together, and, you know, just everything, keep everything together. But that is very bizarre. I've never experienced something like that with a reading. Anyway, end of the text, star 61 if folks have thoughts. I'll get in our email number 1, finish that up, and get in my notes, because I did take notes from the end notes. There were things that stood out to me that I thought were significant. Still no Stephen Lawrence. Let's see, Chapter 12, concluding framework. Pan-African sites of resistance were integrally involved in black social movements. I think this finding is not a part of the previous book club text. Probably, I think that's true. Certain black bookshops have had similar internal features which constituted them as Pan-African sites of resistance. Are there other examples of Pan-African sites of resistance besides bookstores? Question. Are there organizations such as the NAACP, Urban League, CORE, Black Panthers, or the 1960s, 70s? Maybe this was discussed in the text and I missed it. I thought he discussed maybe in some of those notes on the way out about even a black house being a site of resistance, potentially. So it would certainly seem like, yes, that would be true. Any place where you have individuals classified as black who are attempting to work against racism, it would seem like that potentially could be a Pan-African PSR, Pan-African site of resistance. Dimension 3. The links between black bookshops and the black community have constituted an informal network of black resistance which extends across local, national, and international arenas. The reasons for the inability to perform formal networks include the challenge of maintaining trust between victims in such a hostile environment, the need to be suspicious of everyone's motives or agendas, including other victims. 2. Financial constraints. Facts. 3. Constant need for vigilance. They might bomb us today. 4. Overt acts of terrorism perpetuated against the stores and or their owners. The people most to blame for this are racist white supremacists. Facts. Dimension 4. Black bookstores underwent repression by hostile white organizations and state forces because of the political activities organized by the black bookstores. Dr. Beckles' research added much to the documentation of terrorism perpetuated against these bookstores, particularly in the UK, emphasizing the global nature of racism, white supremacy. The global aspect was not a part of the major part of the previous text. Again, Char Adams Black-Owned, and that was very U.S. focused, and that is one thing that I would say is a glaring improvement. Plus, in my view, that this gives you see the exact same patterns, which again just reinforces reading is more important than watching television, because white people work aggressively all over the world. In fact, they're so aggressive in Jamaica, they don't even have black bookstores. That's extremist literature. Hopefully they got some now. He was, talking decades ago, but still. Dimension 5. The conflict between business and political goals has been detrimental to the survival of black bookstores. Gus pointed out that businesses of suspected racists can have political goals and still be successful. Examples: Ben & Jerry's ice cream, Patagonia, the clothing company, has been very active in social and political activities. An example of a white business that has come under significant financial pressure due in part for its political stances is Nike and the association with Colin Kaepernick, anti-racism campaigns, the all-female Super Bowl ads, and accusations of wokeism, whatever that means. However, it still remains a multi-billion-dollar company. Darn tootin', that Portland, isn't that right down there, down the road? Anyway, the excellent point. I had talked about that before. It seems that the political goals, you can pretty much take kind of any political stance, because I can think of people like some of those bakeries where they've had Supreme Court decisions where they take political stances. Hey, I'm not with all that, LGBTQ plus and all the rest of it. You can call me names, but I'm not going to do it. And they still stay in business, so white people don't, run them out of business. It seems you can take all kinds of stances about the environment, or, who you want to win the election, all kinds of things. But a black person taking a political stance about what type of books we want to have in our store, you might be committing financial suicide. You might as well get the bankruptcy attorneys and proceedings ready. Dang. Dimension 6, resistance strategies were employed by bookshop members and the black community to ensure the continued existence of black bookstores as PSRs. This was a significant finding of this research project. I don't know. So many black bookstores have closed and had difficulty being in existence, even now, 2026. I just don't know what evidence I would point to with vigor that, hey, black people, and that word community, black people in the areas where black bookstores exist physically, they have developed some sort of code or strategy to keep these stores in business, safe, free from being bombed, vandalized, or otherwise prohibited from carrying out their mission to keep us reading. I don't know. Dr. Kemal Kambon, Nikki Ha, she was down in California during the wildfires. She didn't tell us, man, I've got tons of black people. They make sure that I'm good. We got a sound business strategy. They make sure that we're safe. Ain't gonna be no racist vandal. She didn't say all that. I could have missed it. It was just last year. I don't think my memory is that bad. Contributions to the field. In summation, the research on black bookstores as PSR has contributed to the field in these 3 specific ways. Challenged the work of Joyce by providing historical evidence for the activist role played by black bookstores, given theoretical and historical affinity between Omni and Winant's concepts of sites of resistance, and the research gives empirical and historical support for Garreau's notions of cultural workers and critical pedagogy. It is my understanding that for the research work to fulfill requirements for a PhD, the candidate must demonstrate that the work results in new, unique, and/or original findings. This may be the most important part of the thesis. Pages 373 to 374. Project limitations and future research. Missing key informants. Obtain more surveillance information. Baseline data. Impact of black bookstores, role of distributors, comparisons to alternative sites of resistance, content analysis. I wonder if this project has been undertaken by a researcher classified as white. Could some of these limitations be more easily mitigated? Absolutely. And I'm looking at one. Man, surveillance information. White people, and part of it just being classified as white, where you're not terrorized, you have more time, resources, you have other white people to help you. Oh my God. Just the 4 requests alone, freedom of information. And it could be in the UK, could be fruitful on both hemispheres to get all of the goodies, and especially now, since in the UK they're still getting information about how the Metropolitan Police was snooping and spying on Stephen Lawrence. I keep coming back to it. That would be included in all of this. So to be able to get data, like lots of data, lots of FOIA requests. What were they doing? Who were they snooping on? Were they involved in some of these tax schemes? Did they have any sort of liaison with local police departments to go and, hey, we got vandal, we got complaints that you all got this loud music playing, and, oh, we got complaints you got trash down, and that sort of thing. If they got, any of this stuff documented, hadn't been shredded. But that would be massive, and that's something that I suspect a white person might have a little bit more success uncovering. Maybe even the distributors too, because that might be one where the distributor is likely going to be white. A white person might be able to go and talk to some of these people, and they might get information that a white person just wouldn't tell to another black person or to a non-white person. So yes, I think a white person might be able to get a substantial amount of data that would be lost to us victims, even on black bookstores. Let's see. Would the owners be more inclined or less inclined to talk to a white researcher? That is a fascinating question. I don't know. I do know this. I can say confidently, I seriously doubt any of the black people mentioned, if a white person had said, Even if they had just been kind of muttering to themselves, like, and the white person didn't live in their state. If that white person had just muttered, oh, I'm thinking about opening up a bookstore. Even I'm thinking about opening up a black bookstore. There is no way any of these characters that we've heard in the last 2 books on black bookstores cannot imagine they would utter anything that is even closely resembling, open a bookstore if you want to, and I'm going to come after you. Ain't no way in the world I see that being said to a white person. White female, white dude, white gay person, white transgender person, white person in a wheelchair, white elderly person. None of the above. Now, are you CIA and FBI? Yeah, I suspect some would still ask. Some, maybe they ask. Maybe they don't. Maybe they'd be thinking it and they wouldn't want to ask. I don't know. It is fascinating. Like a white person, if they had gone in and exactly same, like wearing the exact same clothes, if he had a UCLA card and he had his little, voice recorder or notepad or whatever, and your briefcase or whatever. Hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. This is my name. I'm Chad, Thurston. I'm here. I'm trying to do this dissertation on history of black bookstores and racism. White people do write such projects, right? We talk to people like that. Dr. Joshua Clark Davis. Whew. Oh my good, I don't even know if I got to ask him. That's the type of question that I would normally ask when these white people go do these sort of books. But yeah, I would have loved to have asked Dr. Clark that. Were any of these black bookstore people, hey man, no, I don't, you CIA, you FBI, you some kind of informant, you work for the local police department. Would you tell me if you were? No, man. We got books on coins up. Nah, I want that. Nah. You can get some other folks for your project. Nah, I'm good. You can go online. You probably know enough about us already, don't you? Good day. I'm sure, they would have got some of that, but I mean, I don't know. That is a fascinating question. I would have asked Dr. Clark that, man. How did the black bookstore owners, or if you talk to patrons, how did they treat you? Did they want to talk to you? Did they ask you if you were seeing? Even that would be fascinating, right? Because he said it happened all the time. Dr. Beckles, everybody, you CIA, you FBI, you M16, who you work for? Where your badge? You got a wire? You got a wire? Did Dr. Clark, did they do that to him? Even that makes me like, wow, you gonna ask that white man if he got a wire? Fascinating. I had to ponder. Let's see. He says, for example, obtaining FBI police records from the UK, obtaining TAC records. I just said, man, there are whole white people. We've interviewed some of them. Andrew Carl, he wrote about racism and taxes and black property, theft of black property. My strong, vigorous, confident conclusion, a white person, not necessarily, well, I think they could write a book or dissertation on the same subject matter, and they could be at the same level, like doing this for their dissertation, so they're a grad student or whatever, but I think they probably would have an easier time getting the exact sort of information that you're talking about, and maybe even getting some of the white police officers and people who did the snooping or whatever. They might be more willing to talk to a white person. We've had white people who did books on when they have purges and they kill all the black people and kick them out of town and burn down the library or whatever, and he said they were a little bit resistant, but they went ahead and talked and bragged, about the good time they had shooting at the black people and everything. They wouldn't do that for a black person. And I've said that over and over. So, I mean, this isn't to disparage Dr. Beckles' work. It's just, this is the system of white supremacy. It is way easier for white people to get information, even about other maybe especially about their niggas. Let's see. Oh yeah, and he says suspected racists probably have a lot more information on these bookstores than they are willing to share with victims. That is a gargantuan and probably very true point. How did that fire start? That sort of thing. Did you really not pay your taxes? How many customers y'all really got? All of it, man. Building common ground, coalition sites. possibility of multicultural future, not confident that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream world is likely to be realized or desired. The cold, hard reality is that those who dominate the institutions of knowledge intend on maintaining their positions of power. VGQ, I thought this section was filled with common cliches about alliances with so-called well-meaning white people. Did we just hear that earlier this week? I could have sworn we had a black person on the program. They would talk about the same thing. We're going to need to ally with some of these good white people that ain't racist. One more time. BGQ, victims guaranteed qualified. Breaking bread. I was thinking Breaking Bad for some reason. That's so goofy. Breaking bread with my brothers, the alliteration though, and sisters. I need more clarification on what he means by people on the margins. Are those mostly white or non-white people? Facts. Even that phrasing at the beginning where he says, those who dominate the institutions of knowledge intend on maintaining their positions of power. Who are you talking about? Your dissertation committee? Who are you? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Who are you talking about? White people? Say that, man. Your dissertation committee, is that not allowed? Because it's true, right? Come on. Let's see. Another way is that the people classified as white are dedicated to maintaining the global system of racism, white supremacy, period. And of course, no paper from the Academy regarding of race would be complete without a mention of bell hooks. Oh, the late, gotta shed a tear. The late bell hooks. It's been a while since she passed now. As we go hand in hand into a color blind, oh, that is so beautiful for the book we're about to read. Oh, the kiss. I cannot believe that. That's cosmic alignment. This section reminded me a little of the recent C.O.W.S guest, Dr. Terrence Keel. How about that? And some of his thoughts on ending racism, white supremacy. Ditto. Anyway, much obliged. I will say quickly before we wrap up, super long, and again, just because of all those wacky endnotes at the end, just, you know, I've never seen that before. Very odd. When he talked about movement centers, we do not have a community, and specifically when he talked about the import of having pedagogy about replacing white supremacy with justice, there are very, very few people, groups, organizations that I'm aware of in the world where they state explicitly, our purpose for existence is to replace white supremacy with justice. I can think of more people who've told me explicitly, I don't have anything to do with that. People that listen to the C.O.W.S, non-white people that I know and have touched with my hand. I can think of much more easily think of a list of people who have said that. I don't have nothing to do with that than people in the affirmative. That's why our group exists. RWSWJ. Like, that is, but if that is the criterion to have a movement center as a part of your Pan-African site of resistance, well, then we got very few. And black people don't have a community, so maybe none. I just want to point out, according to material that I've seen, unless I'm in error, misinformed, there is indeed a Mandela Park in Britain and a Mandela Park in Jamaica. Neither is spelled with two L's, as is the case in this dissertation. So he misspelled Mandela's name many times, and both of these parks are branded for Mandela, and they're spelled with one L, as is Madiba's name. Let's see. He says, a local movement center is a social organization within the community of a subordinate group which mobilizes, organizes, and coordinates collective action aimed at attaining the common ends of that subordinate group. It might be zero. It really might be zero, because I'm just not aware of anything that's sophisticated. If you did have anything like that, everybody would probably be arrested like tomorrow, if not today. Anyway, let's see. LaRose is one of the individuals who was involved, New Beacon Books, but involved in the Stephen Lawrence protests, unless I've been super misinformed, and the protests in October 93. Darcus Howe, Cowbell. I know the name Darcus Howe. He is a legendary British journalist, black male, privileged, but he was on television so much and interviewed and gave so many talks in 2011 when they had the police shooting of Mark Duggan, black male, privileged, or non-white male with one white parent, one non-white parent, but he was shot and killed by enforcement officials in the summer of 2011, and Darcus Howe was one of the people that came out and talked a lot about the long history of this sort of behavior, misbehavior if you like. Let's see. And I'd even highlighted that in the text about obtaining FBI files could enhance the level of detail, because that's why I was saying, when you make statements about, well, maybe the COINTELPRO type activities were not as harsh in the UK as they were in the US. How do we know? We don't even know everything that they've done in either location, so we don't know. Like, if we could get some of those records, yes, then you can make a more accurate assessment about some of that, and then maybe we even have a better grasp of that paranoia. Like, was it grounded? Like, is this not even possible to be paranoid enough? Let's see. I did at least appreciate him saying that he lacked confidence that Martin Luther King's dream would be realized, although I do have to harken back. He did tell us he was at Mandela Park in Jamaica, I think, on April 4th. That would have been, you could have name-dropped Dr. King right there. And that is why we don't have no faith, because he was assassinated. And the same forces that assassinated him are the same forces snooping on black bookstores. And the same forces snooping on Stephen Lawrence's family. But he said he's not confident. I appreciated him saying he's not confident, but I mean, I've heard other people like Ta-Nehisi Coates, his father is mentioned in this book. He said the same thing. He said, I don't agree with Dr. King in saying that the arc of the universe bends towards justice. It's been a long time if we've had a system of white supremacy, so that's not like a radical thing. Like, ooh, they're gonna come and put you in a black bag cycle, take you to Guantanamo for saying something like that. The evidence just, that's obvious. He did importantly talk about dismantling of so-called affirmative action programs. I do think it's important that even at this time in the mid-90s, they had data and reports. Old admitted racist Tim Wise has a report published from this time period that even then, white people knew the people who had benefited most from affirmative action are classified as white women, our potential allies in all this, right? In my view, that needs to be said, because there was so much, and continues to be, racist lying about affirmative action and black people, even though dismantling that program in Washington State and California specifically, two states that are specific for his research. Dr. Beckles, he did his dissertation in California, came to Washington State to teach. They dismantled their affirmative action programs in the 90s and had massive reductions in their black student populations, which has continued right 2026. Let's see. Coalition, already talked about that, going to be very difficult. He says, within these sites, black bookstores, we must represent ourselves, not only our identity, but of that of other oppressed groups. However, as Bell Hooks suggests, we must eventually leave these wombs metaphor and get to the work of building a we with other marginalized groups. I don't know who that is. Is that other non-white people? We, I talked about that with Dr. Keel, that who is this we? Must set up safe places and build coalition. He has it in quotes, so I don't know what it means either. Sites of resistance, the information, the knowledge, the memories, the fears of each marginalized must be exchanged here in order to learn and thus strengthen each community. That C word. All of that just sounds so vague and ambiguous. impressive sounding ambiguity. That was the term we used yesterday. That's what it sounds like. A lot of academic jargon. It sounds good, especially anything that's sounding like you're saying, hey, it can't just be all black people. Yeah, definitely not. I don't even know, like, it just is very confusing to me. I don't even know what that looks like in terms of all of the non-white people, like, get together. Are they forming a group? Is this in a building? Is this somebody's house? How long does this last? This was 30 years ago. Have I seen any evidence of that happening? No. I don't even see any evidence of all the people classified as black just saying even the exact opposite on that. So to the end notes, get through those and we'll be done. He mentions real-time violence, bombing threat against a black church in the summer of 1994. If you're keeping up with events live time like that and you go to London in this time period, I just don't know how you are come to a conclusion that Stephen Lawrence is not going to make it in the dissertation. I do just want to point out, I'd said it before, he mentions Sapphire, the publishing company that was committed to publishing the works of black feminists and black women. I do not believe we heard one book, publishing company, anything, book club that was exclusively about black males. I'm not suggesting that there should be. I'm just saying, dang, don't they accuse us all the time, Negro patriarchs, and you're misogynistic and sexist, and it's been a long history of ignoring black women, and you won't talk to black females, and you won't address our issues honestly, and you just hog all the time, talk about black males. I saw no evidence of that in either of the last two books that we read, all the way back to David Ruggles. There was inclusion of all black people. It was not, we're going to set up reading spaces that are exclusive for black males. Everyone was included, and everyone made an aggressive effort to include everyone. That even went down to the children. Black females were included, not just as patrons, but as staff, owners, entrepreneurs, and the scholarship was there. Asada, she's been on recommended list. Dr. Francis, how many times did I say she was mentioned in the text? So that's one thing. I saw no evidence of that at all, and I didn't see any evidence of it. We're going to exclusively focus on the black brothers. We're not going to talk about nothing to do with no black females. I saw zero evidence of that at all. And this is going all the way back, talking in the 60s, 70s, 80s. I thought that was the pinnacle of, get back in the kitchen and make me a sandwich, be quiet. This is about black men doing the black man, black king. And I didn't see none of that. Let's see. He was talking about the black unemployment and all of that, high rates of interest rates and all the rest of it. Like, is he talking about right now, Doge, and they getting rid of black federal employees? Third World Press, I believe he was talking about that Dr. Welsing's ISIS papers was originally published in the 90s, about the same time period as this dissertation was published. He talks about in the 90s, black people trying to publish books about racism that connected black people globally. I don't know if you have as much of that now. Seems like it might be more, let's focus exclusively on black people in this part of the world. Where he says the overriding question remains, who are the oppressors, the them part of the us versus them equation? What? And then I even had to pause. That jargon, those who dominate the institutions of knowledge and power, if we got all that jargon and we cannot say that the problem is white people, yes, we may have a problem identifying who is the problem, who is most to blame, who is the enemy. Oh yes, white people, got it. Okay. Oh, he says he's talking about the black feminist component, he says the situation of the black woman is a battle against the triple bond of oppression, race, class, and gender. Finally, sharing the experience of race and class oppression with their black men leads black feminists to reject separatist anti-male attitudes common to bourgeois white feminism and turn instead to a practice of partnership with black men. Victims Guaranteed Qualified. I have seen many illustrations of non-white feminists and black feminists who do form separatist ideas and black misandric ideas where they are very hostile to black males, and it does not seem that they are inclusive to partnering with black males and trying to maybe work through and be better about solving problems. It doesn't seem like that at all. It seems like these no good, no count black males are misogynistic and worthless and hopeless, and we're done with them. Yeah. I see a lot of that even amongst non-white people, even amongst non-white males who say they are feminist. Anything else? Let's see. The term halfway houses to refer to places that are supposed to be allegedly a site of resistance or kind of halfway. Just a halfway house is kind of is this for someone who's mentally insane, which they say about non-white people all the time? Is this for someone who could be a criminal? I reject that term. Let's pick terms that are not already branded and co-opted with the racist so-called criminal justice system or mental incarceration, putting black people in mental institutions, that sort of thing, to suggest that we have some sort of mental problem beyond being victims of white supremacy. He talked about being in Jamaica, no less, and he went to a Jamaican white Christian bookshop, and he said that they did have black employees, black staff working at the store, but all of the faces, he said everyone in the store was black, including the staff, but practically all of the faces, the only black faces he saw on merchandise was on the gospel music selection. So I guess they had some Mahalia Jackson songs type of thing in there. They said, oh, we'll put that in there. But other than that, everything else that's related to Jesus, the disciples, and all of that, I guess the pastors, people giving the sermons, everything else, white faces. That right there. And Jamaica, he said they got the extreme literature law. We don't have no books. Don't think you gonna go to no black bookstore see no radical criminal pictures of Negroes on a book. No, we don't do that either. Let's see. He said, in fact, Jamaica, they got so much control. He said in Jamaica, there was criticism of Hollywood because we watch a lot of TV, and they said we discussed movies. MM said it seems like the spook who sat by the door as a movie that won't be shown in Jamaica or sold at the video stores. This is because it speaks about killing white folks. We read the book on the Katherine Massey Book Club. That movie, strangely, disappeared for years. Nobody could watch it here, anywhere, even though the FBI allegedly used the book by the late Sam Greenlee as a part of their training manual. But yes, that we did read the book. I don't know if that, I guess if they got that much of a ban on literature in Jamaica, you definitely not going to get Sam Greenlee's book. You probably can't get that in Jamaica now. It says criticizing blacks representing themselves. In addition to critiquing the white mainstream's activities, much of the topics of debate concerned blacks colluding in their own oppression. Common was the criticizing of blacks who were unconscious, unable to see how they were participating in their own racist oppression. These would be blacks who were wearing clothing, hairstyles, making statements, or working for companies which were believed to be detrimental to black people or representing black identity in a negative white way. An example from Liberation Books in New York demonstrates the point. I'll just stop right there, but I mean, in my view, you heard it all right there. What was common? Talking bad about black people, and for doing what? things all of us do. Working for a racist company, that is all of us. Even if you're employed for yourself, you are still guilty, because you're going to have to go to racist to get a license. That's what we read about in 2 books. Even if you open a black bookstore, Whitey is still in charge, and they can show you better than I can tell you. So that's all of us making statements, hairstyles. Are you serious? Are you serious? Wearing clothing. I personally, in 2026, and you could probably put any kind of year on this, I know very few black people who say, hey, I do not do no Gap, Nordstrom's, Macy's. You are out of your mind. North Face, I need some sort of sweater. It get cold outside. I get my needle and thread and make my clothes. I don't know nobody that do that. And I don't know no black people that go that crazy. I got to go and constantly, black people got to buy everything I wear, my socks, my sandals, my shoes. It's all black made. Are you, who? Where? How did you even do that? Come on, man. All of that. That right there, though, I said, that's black, not reading. What he did, and just look at the word. He didn't say it's a little bit of it. He said it's common. Common. This is what we love to do. Love to do. He said, he didn't say a little bit of, he said much of the topics. It wasn't about Stephen Lawrence, Rodney King, O.J. Simpson. These no count niggers. Look at him wearing them. Got her hair like that. Are you serious? Yep. No, actually, we are not serious. We're just going to complain about other black people. Let's see. Oh, and then the black intellectuals, artists, writers who work for black institutions and perpetuate racist notions of black identity are severely critiqued. Come on, not white people. Not white people. Blacks working in Hollywood are constantly legitimized. And really, this is because of what I just said. Reading is not black culture. Watching TV is black culture. We, non-white people, are not serious about replacing white supremacy with justice. And so we think our serious work is, ooh, let me turn on this TV and talk about this here black person. Ooh, or the black person down the road. Either one. That's our serious counter-racist work for the day. I'm going to talk bad about whoever it is on TV, who may or not be dead by this point. Might be a rerun. They get on Spike Lee about Malcolm X. Oh, put that old no count Spike Lee, put that old integration. Now, even their criticism of the movie, I was waiting. Now, you can say all that about Spike Lee's film if you want to. I know a lot of people who said at minimum it motivated them to read the book. Woo! You get bravo for that from me. At minimum. But if your criticism is going to be, he going to get out there and have Denzel showing Spike Lee as an integrationist at the end. Well, I could go and get actual. I ain't got to get Denzel. We kick him to the curb. I can go get the actual footage of his speeches. What was he saying in 64 and 65? That might sound like someone you might call a quote-unquote integrationist. It might sound like he's saying things where he doesn't think everybody classified as white is racist. What does the autobiography say? Sounds like we did read that. It sounds like same thing. So I don't know what your criticism is going to be in terms of if that is what you're upset about. If they had said the casting, the clothing, they wish they had shown his brother turning him on to the Nation of Islam, okay, that's kind of reasonable, I guess. But I mean, what? What? Even about black people killing, I mean, some of that information may not have been known to Spike Lee at the time. And even if we're talking about COINTELPRO and FBI involvement in the killing, white people are most to blame. I've not heard anyone, even at this late date in 2026, say it was white people in the Audubon ballroom pulling the trigger. I've never heard that. Never heard that. Never heard that. If anybody has, share right now. So those would not be legitimate, you know, I'm not saying that you have to like the movie or anything, just those would not be legitimate, like, evidence-based critiques. Those would be factually accurate. If you say, hey, he should have done more to highlight CIA, FBI involvement in this killing, okay. Let's see. the exchange, the white people talking about the increase in Negro literature after Malcolm X. Why I'm not surprised, and also because I remember the great Neely Fuller Jr. told us that at the same time Minister Malcolm X was released, Whitney Houston bodyguard. We miss you, Whitney. Kevin Costner. So that doesn't surprise me at all. Anything else? The panelist who said he was dissatisfied with black organizations, United Independent. That might be us, you, right now. I would encourage, I don't think you need to look for a groups, four walls. It is very easy for white people to infiltrate in a variety of ways. They are so refined at that method. You should look to yourself. We have so much reading and studying to do. There's so much work to do. There's so much that you can do as an individual. I think we have been tricked into, we got to go join this group, or we got to go and start this group, and then as soon as you do, white people come and infiltrate and destroy it. United Independent. It is much more difficult, as Fuller told us. You just have individuals. Yes, you can, work together with someone briefly, but most of the time, it's just going to be you. United Independent. What can I do so that I know more about the system of white supremacy, racism, so that I can do more things to work against that system? That should be the mind frame. Learning more about what racism is, how it works, sharing that information with other non-white people, staying updated myself on that information, taking care of my health as best I can. There's so much we can do just as individuals that I think is way more important than maybe I can go and join this group. And especially if, what are we going to do once we join this group? If it's just going to be complaining about other black people, name calling other victims of racism, that sort of thing, I don't need to be a part of this group. No way. And then he's back over in the UK. They're talking about organizing and social issues, police. Again, all of that is around Stephen Lawrence. Even in the end notes, I would prefer to hear what were they saying about Stephen Lawrence. Hell, even what were they saying about O.J. Simpson at the bookstores in '94? This dissertation was published in '95. Maybe, like, obviously he wouldn't have the verdict and everything, but man, the arrest and all that summer, you can't get that in. At least Stephen Lawrence, man. You're in the UK. Even if you're in the UK roughly a year after the murder, they're still talking about that and protesting and all the rest of it. Like, come on. Let's see. And then they get mad at you. I guess you get told that you're not welcome if you get up and fuss at someone and say, or you're bashing whites. Now, even they said that, I don't know what that means, because sometimes they'll say you're bashing whites if you say something like, I do not agree that not all white people are racist. They say, oh, you bashing white people. So I don't know what these folks said, but bashing white people and black academics who associated with whites. Now, I don't agree with bashing black people, whatever that means, to talk about it, but the focus should be on the problem, racist man, racist woman. The moderator told them that they had their own forum where they could raise their issues, but this wouldn't be allowed in hers. She also said that a similar incident happened at a university in which some professors suggested that whites could be African too. Now, they may have been saying, Mr. Fuller, that white people do the classifying, and they say, hey, I'm African, and then come over and do all that affirmative action. Maybe they could have been saying that, but I would not be surprised if this was, these are our brothers too, type of a thing in that context. White allies, white friend. Not all white people are racist. It would not surprise me. In fact, I would expect it to be in that context, and I guess if I'm being consistent, this was on April 5th, 1993, when these notes were taken, so the day after the King assassination, 25 years to the day, and 17 days until Stephen Lawrence's murder. Oh, and that's it. Woo! All right. I reckon nothing else I need to get in. Again, it would not have been so long. The only option would have been to come back and just do a very short section for the end notes, which seemed kind of goofy to me, even though this was not a great option as well, but I really could not think of anything better, and either way, we can be done and moving forward promptly. New book for next week. Counter Racist Weekly Review on Saturday. I'll update, see if we have any new broadcasts and all that tomorrow, and then I'll have an update as well for Neutralizing Workplace Racism. We had a caller asking for suggestions. Think I even found some extra resources, so I'll share those Saturday. It has been time. Replace white supremacy with justice immediately. Cow signing out. Thanks all for tuning in.
Nigga, you so brainwashed. I'm a victim, brother. Problem. You're a victim. I'm a victim of 400 years of conditioning. Shut up. The man has programmed my conditioning. Even my conditioning has been conditioned.